Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. This year's Saba protests in Nairobi were largely peaceful, according to Nairobi Regional Police Commander Issa Mohamud. Mohamud says only 10 people were arrested during the demonstrations and there were no injuries or deaths. He adds that 6 suspects were arrested in Pangani and 4 within the Central Police Station jurisdiction, saying that they are being processed as investigations continue.
Kenyans have grown and there's no more exploitation. People used to exploit the youth. Activists used to exploit the youth in the guise of upholding human rights. To the business community and the CBD, we thank you for your patience and cooperation. And they were able to carry out their business. As you can see, 80% of the businesses are still on.
Police are investigating a violent student unrest at Nyabisase Secondary School in Nyamache, Kisii County, that left property worth millions of shillings destroyed. More than 50 CCTV cameras were damaged during the 5-hour rampage, with school officials believing the students destroyed them to hide their identities and frustrate investigations. The school's board chairman says the dispute was over the deployment of a new principal.
The teachers asked for enforcement from the police. The nearby police station, at least 3 policemen came. And given that this school has huge numbers of students, there are quite a number. So the boys started throwing stones. The investigative bodies are at the ground. They are doing their work. We want to believe that they will unearth those ones who are masterminding these riots.
The prosecution has told a Mombasa court that followers of Pastor Paul Mackenzie were subjected to prolonged starvation and harsh living conditions at Kwabenzaro settlement in Kilifi County. Witnesses say they were convinced to take part in fasting after being promised they will go to heaven, but instead endure severe suffering. The trial of Mackenzie and 5 co-accused is continuing. The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran after accusing Tehran of attacking 3 commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. military says the strikes are meant to punish Iran for targeting civilian vessels in the international waters. Iran has condemned the attacks, calling them a violation of peace agreement signed with Washington last month, and has warned it will respond. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Hello, good morning. How are you doing? This is Radio Generation. At the time right now, Kamakawa Kamake, it's 4.5 minutes per 6 o'clock. My name is Bungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, 89.5 FM in Garissa. City Muga, how are you doing? Uko fiti? Naona ni kama uko salama, lakini lazima niulize kwa ajili, ama ni kwa minajili ya wanaosikiza. Wewe, kwa kweli, uko sawa?
Mimi na minajili.
Kwa minajili.
Sisi yuko mzima.
Did you watch the Egypt versus Argentina game last night?
Bro, you know I don't watch football.
I know, I was just asking. You never know. Ilikuwa saa moja usiku, so maybe somehow, somewhere you stumbled upon it. Man, that thing was heartbreaking. I was supporting Egypt, and unfortunately they lost. They were 2 goals ahead. Actually, at one point, it could have been 3 goals because there was a disallowed goal. A second disallowed. Well, it was a second goal which was disallowed. And when they were 2-0, I was like, yeah, manze Egypt, finally, manze jo Mosala atainua hii kitu. I almost cried. And in a span of 10 minutes, City Muga, Argentina scored 3 goals. That thing broke my heart. Nilisikia vibaya sana. Niliangalia hivi Mosala hivi nikasema yani huyu Farao huyu ameshindwa hii kitu imemtoroka tu hivyo.
The thing about many of these European teams, if you look at the way they play,
yes,
they actually have a strike force. Ma striker. Teams zetu zingine wanashindwa na hiyo coordination ya striker. You can actually see there's a deliberate purpose ambao wako nao. Unajua hii hao ndio watu ambao wanafungaga na wakipewa nafasi, which means they probably realize, unajua pia ukisha score 2 goals unalegeza bidii kidogo. I think they saw it. And they have formats ambao wamecurate.
Yes.
And that's what they keep trying. Then wakipenya na imekubalika, bao. Mkienda tena mkae kidogo, watajaribu tena ukipe bao. Yes. And those people who score, haki baadhi they don't miss.
Yani unaonanga calculated move. Mtu anachapa tu ta.
Yeah.
Na anajuanga tu imeenda kuingia. Even the way they smile.
Hata anapiga na ameanza kukimbia.
Celebration.
Yes, kwenda kuwavia mafan.
Yeah.
The thing is, what the African countries have achieved was not anticipated or expected.
Right.
Those days when the African teams were the punching bag. 4-0 ni kidogo. 5-0, 6-0, 7 hizo. Used to release. Okay? Now they're just as competitive as the Europeans, because if we're talking about, there were 48 teams.
They were 48.
We only had 12. Okay?
We had 10.
10.
Yes,
okay,
10. Yes.
So it means that the other 38, Asia, Europe, na kadhalika,
waligawana huko.
Yes. So if you're talking about the number of teams we had in the last 32,
yes,
boy, that's an achievement.
So now the only African team remaining is Morocco. Na tunawaombea kila laheri.
Morocco kwa quarter.
Morocco wanaiki, unajua last season, actually it's a season.
They've been in the quarter before.
They went all the way to the semis. Walipotelea semis. Huko ndiko walitokea. Egypt, I had a lot of hope, man. Messi alipata kuscore penalty. Well, he didn't score. Alipata kukick penalty na akahata, man.
Kuhata means he missed.
He missed. Now, if Argentina had been kicked out last night, akiu jamaa sijui angelala wapi. Jile stress angekuwa nayo. Because penalty ilikuanga safi sana. You know, the what is it called? The referee awarded them a penalty kick. At that time, Egypt was 1-0.
And it was a penalty ya kishua.
Ilikuanga unajua tatu. Yani mpaka mafans wa Egypt kama tulikuwa nasema hii imeenda. Then kidogo like this jamaa
who did what? Nani alikanyaga mwenzaji?
So I can't remember how that penalty came about. I was also busy doing some other things, but the point is there was a penalty. Then not Mo Salah, what's his name again? Messi akapatiwa nafasi ya kuscore that particular penalty. And the keeper for Egypt, of course, akashika hiyo mpira. Alishika. Alidaka, as we like to call it here in the streets, alidaka mpira huo. And for sure I was like sisi bas nivyo nikasema Egypt kitu ni yao. Then there's a guy called Zico scored a goal, but it was disallowed because there was an earlier foul, like a few moments before, if I may call them. It was a few moments before there was a foul, so that goal was disallowed. Then he scored a second goal, and we were like, bas, 0-2. You could even see Nani's face. What's his name? Messi's face. It's like, this is over. He menda.
You think that is bad? There was a guy called Roberto Baggio. 1994 World Cup. Pasadena.
All right.
Pasadena in USA.
All right.
Okay. This man, Bennett.
Yes.
Poof! Inje.
What?
They lost to Brazil.
That guy must have felt something.
No, Baggio never quite recovered. And that guy was a prolific player. Prolific. You know, an artist.
Yes.
You watch him and the symphony to his playing.
Right.
That one.
Yeah.
he missed. So hii mambo ya Benot.
Unaielewa?
Yeah.
Unaielewa kabisa.
That's why you have specialists, and they're not usually the best players. It means that they're the guy who has practiced. Like if you watch rugby,
yes,
the guys who kick penalties, you don't just choose at the Edna to kick your penalty. No.
Kuna watu specific.
Yes, come on, who is, if this particular individual can't, there's the next person who can.
Yes.
No. There's something about penalties. If you've ever taken a penalty, even in your childhood, you know what actually happens? The goalkeeper suddenly becomes very large in your eyes.
Right.
And the goal space is so much smaller, and the goalkeeper seems to fill that whole space. So you're not sure where to kick.
Yes. And then suddenly your feet just become weak.
They become very weak. At the knee and at the ankle. So
then the goal post also becomes smaller.
They shrink.
Sasa unashanga hii kitu ni chapa sideways.
I can't score this thing.
Katikati pale juu kwa kona ama inside ingine.
That's what.
But City kuna watu wame, like you said, there are guys who've trained on how to kick penalties.
Just like there are people who take free kicks, and there are people who take corners.
Right.
Yes. Kuna mtu who was knighted the other day. Beckham.
Right.
Unique speciality. Bend them like Beckham. Yani Beckham alikuwa anaweza kupiga.
Anaichapa inapiga kona. Inakurudi hivi nyuma inaenda inaingia. There are guys who, like you said, kuna wa corner, then the others who hit the ball at the corner of the net.
Bwana mpaka unashangaa.
Where the keeper can't jump. It doesn't matter whether you jump, you fly that thing.
There's one keeper who showed that he could do that. The Cape Verde keeper.
Right.
Bwana kuna mpira zingine alishika kwa hiyo kona.
Okay? And the Curaçao guy.
Yes, and also there's somebody from that same Cape Verde who kicked one of those things outside the 18 area. Okay? The ball curved and entered.
So it left the pitch, came back to the pitch.
No, it didn't come. He was in the pitch, but he was outside the 18.
Right.
And they kicked the ball. The keeper jumped because he thought it was going out. The thing just curved and entered.
Yes. Switchcraft, my friend.
See science.
It's witchcraft. All right. So according to the United Nations, today there's nothing to celebrate. Why they didn't put Father's Day here, I don't get it. Why we have to celebrate with toilets, but yeah.
It's important because there are very many people on this planet for whom the concept of toilet is an open space. Sorry. Not a built facility that is specifically meant for the ablution purposes. No.
But do they have to put it together with Father's Day? Yeah, that's my issue.
Whatever I wanted to say, I cannot say on live radio, so I'll just leave it on that.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but in 1497, Portuguese explorer Vasco da Gama set sail from Lisbon, embarking on the first ever European voyage to reach India by sea. Again, 1497, Portuguese explorer Vasco da Gama, yule mwenye alikuja akaka kitu huko pia Mombasa, set sail from Lisbon, embarking on the first ever European voyage to reach India by sea. So this guy really traveled, eh? Yeah, he really traveled. Nenda kila mahali.
You know, those fellows used to be given charters by the monarchs, okay? Yani umepewa okay, and the monarch maybe covers some expenses of your voyage.
Right.
With the understanding that when you came back with the plunder, you're actually going to plunder. This exploration story is so that you can plunder. It doesn't end with exploration.
Yes.
They are not people who are just sort of like experiencing, okay, we found it, okay, that's very good. Let's go back. No. There are very many people who grew their wealth and became nobility as a result of such things. If you look at their history, they were plunderers and murderers, and in later time they were slave traders.
Yes.
But because they brought a lot of wealth to the monarch, the monarch also bequeathed them with titles.
Yes.
And since the
they
monarch
became Tsar and Lord, and yes.
Since the monarch owned the whole country anyway.
Yes.
So the monarch could actually
give you land,
cut and say,
sema unaona hiyo said yote inaitwa Karen.
Ayo
ni yako bro.
You must remember that what you're saying is borne out and it is ratified by the reality that Karen was owned by one particular individual.
I know, Karen Blixen.
Ndio hiyo. Alikuwa anapanda kahawa.
I've been to the museum. Have you been to the museum at Karen Blixen?
Very many times.
So Wakenya mnafaa kutembea huko pia mjue history yenu. Au namna gani?
Ndio hiyo.
Sasa ndio nimewaambia juu ya Portuguese explorer Vasco da Gama set sail from Lisbon, that is in Portugal, embarking on the first ever European voyage to reach India by sea. Methalicity.
Sisi, iko Africa. The thief is only sorry when he's caught.
Very true.
Not when he's stealing.
Yeah. No, but that's the concept, man. You can't be sorry when you're stealing. But when you're caught, you're like, yeah, guys, I realize the error of my ways.
Mungu amenieleza.
Sitarudia tena.
Hii kitu mbaya nafanya ni mbaya na mimi natubu. For that particular theft.
Yes.
The next theft.
You bana, we can't. That one was that one. This is a new one.
And why do you think such things? People learn from their mistakes.
Yeah.
And they don't repeat their mistakes. Shiko tena.
Sema please.
This one, it was not me.
Ni shetani.
Okay, see me.
Ni shetani.
I was in my house.
The devil made me do
sleeping,
it.
Then I was woken up.
Yeah. The devil made me do it.
I was a hacky. That's that one.
Me, I didn't want to steal. I didn't.
In fact, I am not a thief.
But you tell me. Because you know some thieves actually argue it out like, that way. They tell you, okay, so what did you want me to do? You wanted me to sleep hungry? Okay, hata wewe ungeacha hii simu. It's an iPhone. Ingekuwa ni wewe na umeiona ndio hapa hivi, ungeiwacha kweli?
So if you tell them that you would ungeiwacha, what do they do?
So you just tell them, okay, pia mimi juu singeiacha, then you deal with your consequences. All right. Sawa. Let's get into that www.radiogeneration.co.ke and see what is making headlines across the globe. And the first story, hii inatupeleka wapi? Bid by President Ruto's aides to exit 292 million shilling software case fails. Ati what? Let's see. This one is by Maureen Kinyanjui. Maureen is saying senior government officials accused of being linked to a controversial digital project said to have been designed to improve the image of President William Ruto's administration and monitor its critics will have to defend themselves in court after the High Court refused to end the case before trial. Now, the judge ruled that the claims raised by software developer Mary Washuka deserve to be heard fully, allowing a 292 million compensation suit to move to the next stage. The decision followed separate applications by Treasury Principal Secretary Chris Kipto, Head of Public Service Felix Koskei, Attorney General Dorcas Odur, and businessman Jayesh Saini, who had asked the court to strike them out of the proceedings. Their requests were dismissed, meaning they will remain parties in the lawsuit alongside Eric Ngeno. All right? So, the case revolves around claims that senior state officials sought the development of a confidential digital communications platform before the project was later abandoned. Washuka says she was left with huge financial losses after committing resources to the assignment, while all the defendants who have responded deny the allegations and insist there was never a lawful contract. Walai. According to court papers, Washuka says she was approached towards the end of 2023 to develop the confidential software after holding discussions with Ngeno, who was then President Ruto's speechwriter. She says she later contracted American technology company Teskso to build the platform under a project known as Numera 2023. She further claims that she was informed that the project would be financed through the National Treasury's confidential vote and that Saini would oversee the funding because of the sensitive nature of the assignment. Those claims remain disputed. Okay, all right, sawa. So there was a software that was to be designed that was meant to do what again? Improve the president's image while tracking critics. So if you're there saying that this government has failed.
In fact, you don't even say President Ruto. This Ruto.
This Ruto has taken us to the dogs.
The software informs them. You know, this man is rude.
There is a guy called Mbuvi here.
Yes, and he has another old fellow there called Muga.
Siti Muga.
They are not speaking very nicely.
Every morning they keep on mentioning you guys.
Yeah, they say Ruto. In fact, they don't even say His Excellency, the President of Kenya, William Ruto. And in fact, they don't leave it there.
Oi.
Even the deputy president, His Excellency Professor Doctor.
Sometimes they don't even use the titles. They
sometimes
go straight to Kindiki.
And sometimes they even don't call him Kindiki, they call him Abraham. So, yeah.
Hey. Sawa. So it's a 292 shilling lawsuit. That's roughly what? $2, $2 million. Because this lady, she's called who again?
Purity.
No, Washuka. Washuka who? Washuka someone. Anyway, so Washuka, Mary Washuka, there, I've seen it. So Mary Washuka went to this American company.
Why did I think she was called Purity?
Maybe you're thinking of a Purity? I don't know. Or you know of a Purity Washuka? I don't know. But the point here is, Mary Washuka alienda America, akaongea na kampuni najita Tesco. Akawaambia Tesco is a TES then XO. So it is called Tesco. Wewe ni mwalimu wa Kiingereza, hebu niambie.
I think hiyo ni kampuni ambayo the factory is close to Tesla.
So she went to Tesco and told Tesco, yo guys, she gave them the specifics.
The specs.
Na akamwambia make this thing for me. Wakatengeneza hiyo kitu, wakamwambia let's go.
So this thing was supposed to be hush hush, quiet quiet, secret.
Treasury was supposed to,
paid,
find ways of
no, they would told you confidential,
yes.
vote. And then all of a sudden it's out in the open. So confidentially out of the window.
Ilienda na upepo. But the point here is, why to improve your image, Sitimuga, or the government's image, or anybody's image for that matter.
No. Don't compare me to the government.
Okay.
Those people.
But you are the government.
Those people whom the software was supposed to track.
Ni wewe. Ni akina sisi. No, but on a serious note though, isn't this just an easy thing? Because it's out there in the open. You just look at, there's something called analytics on every social media space, whether you're on TikTok, YouTube or whatever. On X, you can just know that, look, 90% of my audience, for example, are women. And 90% of those women, yes, actually don't like me.
To be honest, it just so happens that there are people who do not know how to use what they already have at their fingertips.
It's already there.
Yes, you do not need to have someone craft for you something that is unique and does that. The information actually is available. In fact, you can, given the parameters you want to investigate or you want to combine in the process of analysis, there are spaces where you can actually inquire of that space and say, I would like you to tell me what I would need to look for if I wanted to do this.
Right.
And it'll tell you.
The second place where anyone can get information from, especially if you're in government at the level of president, there's NIS. Unaenda tu unauliza Nurdin Haji, bro,
Ikitu.
Over tea, just tell him, bro, tell me what is the country saying about me? What is the country saying about my government? What is the country saying about our delivery, our performance, and so on and so forth? Those guys will give you all the data.
They have it.
Yeah, they'll tell you by the in Central Region, bro, uko upendeki. In Ukambani, they are warming up to you. In Luoland, huko kwanza, you've bought everyone 150%. These guys are with you. Like you Nurdin Haji has this information, and guess what? It doesn't cost 292 million Kenya shillings.
When the special branch was transformed to become the NIS,
yes,
and
that was special branch.
Yes,
Allah.
Okay. Yes, the gentleman called Brigadier Boynet, who oversaw that transition. A very difficult thing.
Yes,
but he modernized.
Is this the same Boynet, Joseph Boynet, who was IG at one point?
No.
It's a different Boynet.
IG is his nephew.
Okay. All right. I get it now.
Okay. So this particular gentleman transformed it, and the thing they started doing, which hadn't been done before, they started employing people straight from university.
Okay.
Meaning, if you studied mathematics, you did a double major in maths.
Statistics.
If you studied political science,
bro, we need you.
If you studied history, if you studied whatever,
yes,
they modernized it and made it a genuine intelligence agency. Meaning, they are data gatherers.
Yeah,
and they gather it very effectively, very efficiently. If you studied journalism, kuja. You are a research scientist, kuja. Meaning, they were not shy to gather as much expertise as they possibly can.
Yes.
So that when they issue guidance, it is informed guidance.
Yes.
I'm simply supporting what it is that you just said.
Yes.
And they have moved from strength to strength then. Okay?
Unless our government doesn't trust NIS, all this information that this test score.
Allow me to just put it in plain words for you. Hii ilikuwa deal.
Ilikuwa deal ya kutengeneza do.
Yes.
Because if the speechwriter of the president approaches me and tells me, Mbuvi, come up with this software that can do this, whatever, I'll be like, hiyo information si already iko Twitter ama muonangi venye munatukano hapo.
No, iko.
I'll be like, you guys don't see Twitter, you guys don't watch TikTok, all the memes of the president and the deputy and the CSs. You guys don't see all these mandamanos. Like, what are the indicators you're looking for here? Look, I honestly think that I agree with you. First of all, ilikuanga ni deal.
It has all the makings of a deal. They figured, how do we make money? All right, let's invoke the president's name.
Yes.
Let's invoke data gathering. And you ignore an entire section, an entire department.
Yes.
Of what we call our disciplined forces, because they're disciplined forces.
Yes, they are.
You ignore that whole department and you come up with a software.
Oh, guess who else has got information city, Muga?
Who?
Our chiefs and the sub-chiefs. Those guys, I remember you gave me a story some time back that President Moi had his ear on the ground.
He did.
Wacha hii ya DCP wanasema atu wako na masikio. President Moi alikuanga anaongea na machiefs na ma-DC na ma-DO.
No. DO.
Alikuwa anaongea nayo rende yote.
And the people who could call him directly.
Guess who else did the same? Raila Amolo Odinga. Even him.
That man an ear to the ground.
Ulikuwa nadhani ati huyu mtu mama mboga unaonanga hapa kwa street unamdharau. Bwana, some of them had direct lines to Raila, and he would call them and be like, what unasema namna gani? And he would get the intelligence that he needs. So if you really want to know your popularity or understand your popularity as a political leader, I mean, there are very many other ways that you can use other than data. I mean, look, software is one of them.
One of the things that presidents have done in this country, they never speak of it.
Yeah.
But they commission opinion polls.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Regularly.
Kuna kina InfoTrack na wale wengine wote.
That's how those people survive. It's not as though, they will not tell you, but they commission them. So they actually know. Some of the findings are published in the public domain. Some are not.
Yeah, some are privately commissioned.
Yes.
And they're paid
for. So they know. Some do it even on a monthly basis. Some do it every 2 months. But they know. Do not be fooled that they do not know. They do.
So hii ilikuanga kukula pesa.
It has all the hallmarks of a deal.
Right.
Sasa deal imefika kotini. Now
judge amesema hii kitu inaenda hadi mwisho.
Yeah, the judge is smart because this one, let it come out in the open. Let them explain to us this software. Do you know that these things that they are speaking of?
Yes.
All these young people we have here who go to all these universities we have, who teach ICT.
Yes.
They can do those things for you.
Yes. For a fraction of 290 million.
A fraction of a fraction. Believe me, they can do the details that you mentioned there.
Yes.
They will do it for you happily. And more to the point, it will work. If you can have a young person creating a system that can track votes.
Yes. Sembuse ya kujua watu wanafeel aje juu yako.
How is that difficult? And already, the platform on which you'll mine the data exists.
Guess what? You know, there's a guy, was it earlier this year or towards the end of last year? There's a guy who was arrested. He created a software that stole money from one of the betting companies. Imagine. Nyinyi mko huku mnaekelea stake, mnasema Portugal itashinda games, sijui nini. The guy is just siphoning money from your stake, from your winnings. The guy went into the company, hacked that particular company, took money from that company.
Paul, if we are to believe all the stories we are told, there's one which I was told, and it's one of these things that defies logic, but it's a story nonetheless. Whether there's evidence to support it, I don't know.
Right.
One of the major banks in this country, I am told they pay people on the 25th.
Okay.
25th, ICT has come in, they've got an ICT department, and they are happy, things are moving smoothly. 25th fell on a Friday.
Yes.
People haven't been paid, they figured out.
Monday itaingia.
Monday?
Hakuna kitu.
Tuesday?
Nothing.
Hey? Guys.
What's not happening?
So what? What do you mean? So we sent the money. You did? Okay. Let's just see. Friday, apana.
It's a problem.
Then they start looking for the people who work in that department. According to that story, people are taking leave.
Watu walijilipa na wakaenda.
Bro, it was a lot of money. I am told they didn't bother going to court. They called them and said, can we negotiate, please?
Rudisheni tu hii pesa. You can keep some.
Let's just agree.
Keep some.
Hakuna haja tunapelekana kotini. Because according to the story, ikienda kotini, the bank will be embarrassed.
Yes.
Customer confidence may go down. So he's right. Okay, guys, mnichukua hii.
Tupatieni hii.
Unafikia 10% can work?
Yeah. 10% is good.
It's okay. Okay. The other guys. So do we retain our jobs?
Yes.
That can be a bit tricky.
You'll have to leave.
Yes, but then in that case, then make it 15%. So
that's how you negotiate.
Well, yes. What I'm trying to say is, every technology that is known to us, the moment it becomes commonplace and people know it, forget people of nefarious intent. There are people just like tinkering with things.
Yes.
What can it do? What can it not do? Can we go around it? Can we figure it out?
Yes.
That's why in places where they understand these things well, when somebody has demonstrated such expertise, they are taken in by the government.
Yeah, unapatia huyu jamaa kazi.
And you give him one of these nice jobs, anti this and anti the other, and you pay him a nice handsome salary.
And you give him a nice car.
And you give him good perks. And you even ask.
Nyumba huko Kitusuru. Insurance, life insurance, rent, and every other kind of insurance.
Rent, lease to buy. Sawa. Sisi serikali. Na sasa wewe kazi yako ni kufanya hii. Tuko sawa? Tuko sawa. Basi twende kazi.
Watu wako hapa. Why they had to go all the way to test so? I don't get, man. I don't get. Let's get into this thing that we call the traffic update. Yeah, now we can get into it.
Traffic.
All right, so I'm looking at the map of Nairobi County and we're starting with Ngong Road. Ngong Road si mbaya, by the way. Hii kitu ya junction imesaidia sana sana wakati wa asubuhi. I understand as the day goes by, the traffic there, especially during rush hour, haisaidii at all. I don't know how true that is. Sitatumia barabara, so maybe someone can let me know during rush hour, how does it look like? Yeah, but so far so good. Right now it's looking good. I'm looking at this is what Joseph Kangede, fantastic. Ring Road Kilimani, good. The Nairobi Hospital roundabout pale Nairobi Funeral Home also looking good. So Ngong Road basically nothing to complain about. Traffic is moving smoothly. Gitanga Road, Kikambala Road, huko kote kuko sawa. Dennis Pritt Road, wanaotaka kutembelea Rice kule, barabara ziko nywe, na pia kama Rice nataka kuondoka kule, ako tu sawa. University of Nairobi pale University Way on Uhuru Highway and heading towards Ngara, also that particular road is Kijabe Street, Kipande Road, also looking good. Now Muranga Road, as you're getting onto Thika Super Highway, fantastic. Yesterday this place was very clear because of Saba, but today we are back to default settings. Traffic imeanzia Utalii Hotel heading all the way to Hash Grill, and then after that you guys are moving quite well. But if you're coming from Kiambu Road up until the point where you'll get to the junction, everything is good. And the rest of Thika Super Highway, nothing to complain about. Traffic, it looks normal. Eastern Bypass also looking good if you're heading towards sehemu za Eastlands, ukuja kutokezea huku Airport North Road, hiyo barabara yote iko sawa. Mombasa Road pia wakati huu haina traffic hata kidogo, iko sawa. Kina Langata Road hizo pia ziko sawa. Lower Kabete, we are looking good. Going all the way to Mombasa County, this is how it looks like. Mombasa, si mnajua tu kinyentawaambia, barabara zingine ni kijani kibichi, zingine ni grey. Hata pale Kengeleni leo sioni trafiki. Nikiangalia hapa ni wapi, New Nyali Bridge kule hata hakuna kitu. Tukiangalia pale Saba, kuna place inaitwa Saba. Hiyo junction hiyo ya Saba hiyo.
It is a junction.
It's a T junction.
No, T crossroad.
Cross, yes, cross. So that cross is looking.
The road coming from Nyali.
Ikienda Roland Gala.
Inaenda Majengo. And then ukiturn unaelekea upande za Makande, ukielekea upande za Changamwe na airport na kadhalika. If you turn left, you start going back towards town.
So hiyo barabara ya Ronald Ngala hiyo basi iko grey kwa sasa. Na hata pia ile inaitwa Sheikh Abdullah, hiyo pia iko grey. Tomboya pia iko grey leo. Mkiona chochote pale ninafaa kujua, simu niambie, kwa sababu kwa sasa hamna traffic.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
There you have it. You know, I was just looking at a story that has caught my eye, and it's on that issue of kule kunaitwa nini, All Kalau. The amount of money politicians are spending there, man, it's cray. Yesterday there's a politician who was talking about the money that he was given. Now I'm assuming when he said he was given from headquarters za UDA. Na akaambua budo ukifika kule, just make sure that you give money. Apparently it was like 1.2 million to spend on a single day. Then the next day he was going to get a similar amount, and the next day and the next day and the next day. And I was like, during elections, a lot of money is spent.
With our elections, 1.2 million a day is not a lot of money.
I agree with you. And he was telling young people that, look guys, there's no need for you to have an ID on election day. So I don't know why he would be telling people that.
Wannabe politicians and those who support them fall into the category of some of the craziest people we have in this country.
Yeah.
There's some who will just lie outright. There are some who will pretend to give you expert advice.
Yeah.
There are some who will pretend to give you expert statistics and data. There are those who will give the impression that they're experts in certain fields. So you feel like asking this question.
Yeah.
Are we a nation of con men and women?
It makes me wonder, and especially some of these guys that we see saying some of these things.
Generally very crazy things.
And unfortunately they get elected back, and I ask, is there something we do not know about these folks that the people who elect them know?
This thing, there are those who will impute witchcraft. I don't. I don't.
Unaona kiongozi fulani anaongea vitu mbaya
mbovu sana. In fact, you wonder why has this guy not even been arrested?
Alafu watu wake tu next election
wanampigia
bwana landslide. The person wins with a landslide vote, and you're like, Chief, how is it?
If you think that is bizarre, there was once a gentleman who I am told had been an MCA in Siaya. He came to Kisumu town and he wanted to vie for the Kisumu central or town MP.
Yeah.
The man went and tied himself at the bus stop. That's the center of town. Naked.
Okay.
He went there naked. And the nickname was Doogie Doogie. Duke is when you're naked in Luo. So it's called Doogie Doogie. You know that guy was elected.
And you tell me that's not witchcraft?
No, it isn't.
You need witchcraft.
It isn't. And it is said, the women said, you know,
this
is the sort of guy we need to vote for.
I now know what they saw. Yeah. But you know, people in this particular country of ours vote on very interesting principles and lines and
you have
values.
Spoken an irreversible truth. Bwana, why people vote? That's why this stories of, you know, this person did.
Unakumbuka wakati Ezra Chiloba alikuanga IEBC?
Yes.
When he was CEO, right?
Yes, he was CEO.
And people were talking, he trended online because, you know, the ladies thought he was handsome, and the way he was speaking, very good English, polished, nini. His body, mademu walikuwa na salivated, and they were saying things. If that guy had gone for an elective position, angeshinda walai. I am convinced that angeshinda. All right, we come back here. Juzi tu, bwana kuna jamaa amepigwa kura juu akona dimples. Because hiyo ndio kitu ilikuwa ina trend online. All right? Personally, I didn't mind the guy because he was a senator before that. And I thought, okay, you know what? I'm a teacher governor. Why don't you vote for the guy? Then the guy was voted. And then now we see what we are seeing. And everyone, even those who said that dimples nini, are now like, what is this?
Our capacity for turning around.
Yeah.
I still remember when President Uhuru Kenyatta was elected.
Yes.
the jubilation, Mudhamaki, the what, and God was given all the glory, and his name was mentioned, and it was said, his will has been done. Aya. Did you see when people turned against him?
Yes.
Aye. And it was vicious.
Very. Very.
Let's not go too far, shall we? President Ruto won the election. There was jubilation.
Again.
Hey, and things were said, and they were said, and said, yes.
He's the guy.
Yes. But the second year,
Ruto must go.
What is this?
Munauliza must go where? It's barely 2 years back.
Yes.
Give the guy some time.
So you used to say give him time. So you give him time. Now, the peculiarity of our voting patterns is something that, again, must be studied.
Right.
You can't make a sweeping statement and say, we vote emotionally. No. That's not it. That's not it. Start with what it is that pulls people to rallies.
Okay.
For the candidate, yes, but
specifically the rallies.
Yes. You will find that even before the rallies, this is a person who has been on social media and has been known to say certain things.
Yes.
And people resonate with those things. So when a rally is called for, it is not difficult for people to go to. They actually want to listen to this guy. Okay? Now, the key thing is not listening to somebody who talks well.
Yeah.
The key thing is, what sort of person is this? Forget, can he actually manage the position he wants? No. What sort of person is this?
What I know about Kenyans is that they don't like boring.
No.
They don't like
and
boring.
And that question I'm asking is boring. What sort? Kwani wewe? Hii maswali mingi unauliza ni ya nini?
Ndio maana watu wanasema Kalonzo ana energy, aongeze.
That is irrelevant.
Aongeze kanguvu hata akiongea.
That is irrelevant. That is completely irrelevant.
Same with Maraga sasa,
again,
everybody
that is irrelevant.
Everyone ask, what do you think about Maraga? Maraga ashindi kitu. You're like, why? Ati sasa Maraga nani hata namjua.
And then recently they were lads. Sasa watu wale wanawake walipokuwa wanaandamana.
Then there's that.
Yes. Now, it is how we are. Raila Odinga jamaa amezeka sana.
Jamaa anashindanga, he's a loser. Alitisha ile ya
perennial loser. Perennial.
Sasa nani anataka kuvotia loser? You're like
the same people.
Yes.
Same. When he wanted to go for that AU post, apana asiende. Nani anatutetea? Some guys, can you make up your mind? No, tunataka tu abaki hapa tu. No, him. Kama ako hapa tunajua tuko sawa. Ati aende hapana.
Atatuacha huku
tutaumia sana.
Tutateseka.
And you're thinking, wait. These people, what exactly do they want?
Kenyans are a peculiar lot, man.
My friend, that peculiarity is a human condition. Human beings are very peculiar creatures. These are the animals that we refer to as mammals. Their behavior is fairly predictable.
True.
They hunt, kill when they need to eat, which means they're hungry. Some in the reptile family probably eat once and then they chill.
And eat months later.
Yes. They don't have a problem. Now, we, unfortunately, because of the way we are constructed and the way we are manufactured,
yes,
we have tendencies of thinking we are cleverer and smarter than other beings on this planet. And we behave in that manner. And with our cleverness, you know what we do?
What do we do?
We certainly have destroyed the earth. And then you find people are now saying, we need to save the environment. We, on the continent of Africa, are asking, explain what you mean, please.
Yeah.
Yes, you can't cut down trees. You can't do this. You can't do this. Emissions. I said, but we don't have the sort of factories you have. They're the ones that have those emissions. Yes, but on the other hand, you must have electric cars. You must have. I said, no. There's a whole lot of things that you may need.
Yes.
Because of what it is you've done to your part of the earth. We don't have those problems.
Yes.
Yes.
This is a you problem.
It is actually a you problem, not a me problem. That's human beings for you.
The Standard front page says, surrender or else. Who is this? For nearly 2 months, suspended Nairobi finance executive Charles Kerich has sought to outrun a prison sentence. Now, on Monday, the High Court shut the door on his latest bid, ordering him to report to Nairobi Remand Prison to begin serving a 3-month jail term for contempt in a bitter 106 million shillings legal fees battle. Surrender or be arrested, the judge warned, adding that Kerich will be treated as a fugitive if he fails to comply.
Hey.
Saba. Police perfect brutality. Police bosses claim operation prevented violence, but observers say it effectively locked down the country.
It did not lock down the country.
Well,
no. Services and everything was slower, but many businesses were open. There were many parts of, let's talk about Nairobi, this is where I live.
Yes.
People were moving quite freely. Okay? Thika Road is where people complained that there were constraints to movements.
Yeah.
And businesses, if you travel along some of these roads, you found people's businesses were open. People are going about their business.
They were.
Yes. So the story of the country was not shut down. No. Country was shut down on the 24th. Or was it 25th?
25th.
Oh, it was shut down for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
but this one, no, it was not shut down.
Sebe losses. Hiyo ndio iko kwa Daily Nation front page. Police say roadblocks on highways leading into Nairobi city center were to protect public order. Then they're saying there was economic pain. The Kenya Private Sector Alliance estimates a day of nationwide protests cost the retail, transport and banking sectors about 3 billion. The government also projecting 6 billion in lost revenues. While yesterday's shutdown majorly affected Nairobi, it's the engine of the country's economy, and hence disruption of operations in the capital sends shockwaves across the country. Traders incurred heavy losses as most businesses in Nairobi city center were closed for fear of looting. In addition, the restricted movement of people due to police barricades affected the operations of outlets that remained open, disrupting supplies and depressing sales. Thousands of learners are losing valuable study time following precautionary closures by schools whenever there are protests, with yesterday's disruption also affecting some learning institutions in Nairobi that asked students to stay at home. Full coverage on pages 2 all the way to 6. According to Nairobi Regional Police Commander Issam Hamoud alisema hivi, we decided to do that, erect roadblocks so we can control the access. Our intention is not to harm or block people from coming into the CBD. It is a safety win for the business community. Walikuwa nakubali magari zipite, but I think walikuwa nakukumbusha tuko area, tuko rada na tunawacheki. So mjuange kitu mnadu tuko hapo na nyinyi. Msijaribu kuleta nini, juta nini na nyinyi. Ruto aids and the 292 million spying software row that won't go away. That story is on page 12. Meriwa boy loses control of Glee Hotel over an 8 billion shillings debt. By the time I owe 8 billion, what on earth am I doing? Cumulative penalties, stuff like that. You are supposed to pay, you didn't pay. So the following year you are supposed to pay, and now it's compounded. Yes. You have that interest plus this other one. You don't pay this one, again, it's another one is added. Chief, that thing just moves in leaps and bounds. Mimi kama hata nikifikiria tu mambo ya kulipa rent na kulangwa stress, 8 billion si itanimaliza. Actually, that person has the same stress as you. It's the amounts that differ. For sure. All right, over to you, CT. All right. Why don't we look at the Business Daily? Let's look at the Business Daily. Sawa kabisa. Mimi nakubaliana. Hata mimi nafikiria Business Daily ni mzuri tuangalie. Right. What is in the Business Daily? Bang in the middle of this particular paper, standoff as Uber Bolt fares to rise sharply on a new rule. This one is something that I need to read, that it is understood. Just a line or two. Soma. The Ministry of Roads and Transport has introduced a new minimum compensation per trip for drivers for rides on ride-hailing taxis and motorcycles, triggering a standoff with host platforms amid concerns that a sharp rise in fares. Officials' correspondence seen by the Business Daily shows that the ministry is at the tail end of gazetting the new regulations, long overdue.
I remember telling my Uber guy that they've got this new guy in the Ministry of Transport, and he's the sort of guy who, from everything I've seen, he met with their leadership.
Yes.
And he told them he'll do something. I said he will do something.
Okay.
Because the complaint is that, and I agree with them, that what is being asked for or what they charge is ridiculous. To be honest, there are some fares, it's less than the cost of fuel per litre. So even in my mind as a passenger, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It honestly doesn't make sense. Okay? So I remember mentioning them and said, the way I see this thing, my friend,
Yeah.
there's this guy who's now in transport. He, from everything I've seen, if he's told he'll do something, he will do something about it.
Yes.
The usual Kenyans, he hasn't done anything. I said, Bwana, it's not as though it's going to be done in a day. It takes time.
Okay.
He has to negotiate, blah, blah, blah. And it looks like what I was telling him has come to fruition. Because they tell you, these guys take 25% of whatever fare we get.
Yeah.
Okay? Then there's this, and then there's the other this. But the fuel thing is what they complain about most. They say, my friend, this fuel issue is a bother, man.
Yes.
Huh? It's expensive. But we have to work because in the absence we will starve.
Okay.
Yes, but I think part of the other problem that people who've been in the Uber business for some time, their minds go back to when Uber first came in and the sorts of monies they were making.
Oh, those guys used to reap big.
They did. They did. And now, they're not.
Yeah.
So, of course, in their minds, so you ask the question, do you know of a business that always does well? Doesn't exist. There are dips.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's why when you're doing really, 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 really well, you put money aside, you save, you invest. That's how you do it.
You expand.
Yes, exactly. Anyway, that is it. Betting firms families to block addicts' accounts. Okay, that's in the news, eh? Okay. Saba shutdown leaves businesses counting losses again. Okay.
Okay.
You want to read a bit about this?
Why not?
Heavy police deployment and sweeping road closures across major towns disrupted transport, shut businesses and kept workers away from offices yesterday as security agencies moved to contain planned Saba demonstrations on Tuesday. The biggest disruptions were recorded in the capital Nairobi, where police sealed off key roads into the central business district. No, not all key roads were sealed off. No.
Okay.
I know of people who live outside Nairobi. Thika Road, I know there was a problem. I know for a fact. But you Kiambu roads, all these others. No, people are coming into town.
Yeah.
There wasn't as much traffic as we normally have on normal days. Matatus were running.
Yeah.
The big and the small ones.
Because people were anticipated trouble, so they opted to stay at home. Some people.
Yes, but once you see matatus running and there's frequency and there's people boarding them, then it means it is not a shutdown. Shutdown, haki, you don't see matatus, you don't see people, nothing. And you can count one car, then give it another 2 minutes, and one car, that one. That wasn't the case yesterday. Right. A Businessy Daily.
Yes.
Hey, my goodness. Fresh Mauritius court suit opens new chapter in Tattoo City ownership row. Okay. There are people who think they own it. There are others who think they own it. So that is what, in a summary, what the debate is. But Tattoo City was a beautiful development. And the things they offer, there are many things that are beautiful about this country.
Yes.
There are many things that are very forward-looking about this country.
Very true.
Yes. And Tattoo City is one of those. Let me not speak much, because I will be accused of selling Tattoo City, and yet all I'm doing is speaking a truth which I know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What Kenya Airways teaches us about strategy during turbulent times. Lower fuel prices seen arresting interest rate jump. Okay. Kenya Railway's loss widens to 28 billion and SGR posts first surplus. This one I'm going to read because I don't understand it. State-owned Kenya Railways Corporation's net loss grew by 477 million to the 28.16 billion in the year ended June 2025, clouding the performance of the standard gauge railway, which posted its first surplus since launch. Okay?
Yes.
So Kenya Railways is making losses. Perhaps they could tell us why Kenya Railways is making losses. Because people don't just make losses. It's not as though you set up business so that you can make losses. The losses come as a result of certain decisions that are made and certain things which are not working quite as people understood or as they had planned.
Yeah.
All right? Sasa, nimemalizana na Business Daily. I'm going to look at the Star newspaper.
Okay.
All right? Star newspaper. Okay, let me read this out loud so that you can hear it. Matiang'i, Sifuna, tough test as Kalonzo tightens grip on ticket. Okay. Kenya's DAPK leader Eugene Wamalwa has also remained politically close to Kalonzo. This one, perhaps if I read a little bit of it, you'll understand what I am saying.
What you're saying.
Right. Wapi. Former Interior Secretary CS Fred Matiang'i and Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna face a major political test as Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka emerges as a favorite to carry the torch for the opposition. Okay? We are in July. It is very early days yet. Very, very early
Yani
days.
bado ni mapema.
Amazini mapema sana. Hata si alfajiri baba. This one is around midnight. Midnight is a new day, but ndio hiyo.
Okay.
Okay? Matiang'i, Uhuru betrayed by people close to him. Okay? It's what Matiang'i is saying. I suspect you would want me to read this so that we can look at who these traitors are. Ni kweli?
Yeah, ni kweli.
These people who are traiting the former president. Shameless people. Jubilee Deputy Party Leader Fred Matiang'i has claimed that former President Uhuru Kenyatta was betrayed by some of the people he trusted and appointed to senior positions in government. Really? Speaking in Kiambu during the delegates meeting, Matiang'i said some leaders nominated by Uhuru to the East African Legislative Assembly and the National Assembly had turned against the Jubilee Party and its leadership. We know those people who betrayed Uhuru. We will continue calling them out, Matiang'i said. He revealed that Uhuru had at one time cancelled an international meeting in order to attend the burial ceremony of the mother of one of the leaders he had appointed, saying the former president had always stood by his allies. Matiang'i, however, maintained that the Jubilee Party would continue reaching out to its former members and leaders despite the political fallout. Muskeo.
Nimekusikia.
6 dead, several injured in Mombasa road crash.
Mombasa Road or Mombasa County?
Mombasa road crash.
Okay.
See county. Mombasa road. Crash is on Mombasa road. Muskia.
Nimesikia.
Okay. What the new central bank law means to banks, savers and the economy. All right. Nani history ko wapi?
Ni gazeti gani unaangalia?
Na Sita.
Oh.
Mimi naangalia Sita. Na wacha ikae.
Navin.
Yes. Saba protests, 7 arrested in Nairobi.
Okay.
Okay? Court rejects bid to restore 12 months of TSC. What are you restoring? You know, one of the things about hii habari ambayo tunasoma, hii habari kemkem, inakuja kwa njia ambayo sisi wenyewe saa zingine hatuzioni.
Alright.
Mattresses, boats. Boats. Bwana boats zimefika Olkalao.
Ala, si haujajua? Those guys they're being given boats, they're being given LPG gas cylinders, the small one, the 6 kg ones, and they're also getting mattresses, as we were told by Fanya Mambo Kinodhia, and now they're even being given money.
There was once an election in a place called Kipipiri, and Kanu days, multipartyism had come back in. The government of the day took electricity poles, lined them up along the roads.
Yes.
They were going to bring electricity. The Kanu candidate lost. The government came and picked up its electricity posts.
I mean, why not?
No.
Nothing is for free, my friend.
No.
Even votes.
No, that was wrong. Those people didn't have electricity.
Rumor has it, by the way, right now, watu Mbeere North, like again, hii ni rumor, msichukulia kama fact. that huko pia vikingi za stima zinang'olewa zipelekwe Olkalao.
You must show me, send me the links of these publications that you read.
Just check out Fanya Mambo's Facebook page.
Fanya Mambo says some fairly interesting things.
Oh yes, he does.
That is, to be as polite as possible. Some of them cannot stand the cold glare of the light that illuminates truth.
Yes.
So it falls in the broad category of hearsay.
Okay.
And it also falls in the broad category of hearsay that at any cost and at every verbal utterance will paint the government in the worst possible light.
Hear ye, hear ye.
Yeah, hiyo ndio mimi najua na hiyo ni sawa.
Sawa.
There's news here. Owalo, otherwwise whose first name is Eliud,
right,
to unveil 2027 political vehicle as he plots bid against Ruto.
The guy still wants to be president, eh? Continue.
Well, so we'll wait and see what Owalo will do. I mean, the thing about this freedom is that it means precisely this. Somebody wants to be president, he is by all means allowed to try and be president.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's his constitutional
right.
No,
he is allowed. He's allowed.
Okay.
Natembea signs deal with UK firm to boost maternal health in Trans Nzoia. Okay? A love letter to Kenya's handout hunters. Aya. Steel makers call for reform to unlock Kenya's productivity availability. Bueno, enough.
All right. In the next hour, we talk about the state versus the media, and of course, it's all about accountability. Alafu nitawasalimia pia kuna watu wawili watatu na wanne maybe hata saba nimeona katika mtandao. I have to give you a shout out. And most importantly, I'll tell you something that is happening over the weekend. So if you're in Mombasa, this one is definitely for you. Right now though, let's get into the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A group known as Linda Mwananchi Caucus has accused politicians of using hired gangs to intimidate opponents. The group says rising political violence is making Kenyans afraid to freely express their views and participate in public affairs, warning that the trend could undermine democracy and public confidence ahead of the 2027 general election.
And also NCIC and IPOA should not just be toothless organizations. They should come out, investigate, and give a way forward. Otherwise, we don't need to waste taxpayers' money on these organizations which have been there for years.
Hakuna mtu anafaa kuumia, hakuna biashara inafaa kuumia, kwamba kila mtu ana haki yake na tunalindwa na katiba kama nchi.
We strongly condemn the growing culture of bullying and political violence in our country. We call upon security agencies to conduct a swift, thorough and independent investigation.
And to urge my fellow youths, please don't be used by leaders against each other.
Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka is calling for the immediate release of everyone arrested during Tuesday's Saba demonstrations. Kalonzo says peaceful protest is a constitutional right and should not be treated as a crime. He also criticized police response, saying it undermines the democratic freedoms gained through the struggle for multi-party democracy. The government has launched development projects worth more than 10 billion Kenya shillings in Olkalao constituency ahead of the July 16th by-election. On Tuesday, Principal Secretary Betsy Muthoni and other government officials unveiled 2 fishing boats worth 5 million Kenya shillings.
The 2 boats that we have been able to support the communities and of course the cages and the fingerlings is crossed to around the boats themselves at 5 million Kenya shillings. 2.5 each. Of course, the cages is 500,000 each, and we have been able to support them with 4 cages.
However, the opposition claims the project are meant to influence voters before they head to the polls. A court has convicted an Eldoret man of murdering his 2 young children by poisoning them with food laced with toxic chemical. Musa Saka was sentenced to 35 years in prison after the prosecution proved he served the children poisoned vegetables following a domestic dispute with his wife. 2 of the children died during the 2016 incident, while others survived after a neighbor responded to their cries for help. The court observed that the victims had suffered a horrific death at the very hands of the very person they looked to for protection and care. French far-right leader Marine Le Pen has confirmed she will run for president in France's 2027 election. Le Pen, who was convicted in an embezzlement case, says she will appeal the ruling to France's highest court, insisting she is innocent. The appeal temporarily suspends an order requiring her to wear an electronic monitoring tag until the court makes its final decision, which is expected in early 2027. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning. How are you doing? The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. Like I told you, there's some good news as far as Mombasa folks are concerned. And by the way, this is not just for Mombasa people. It's for everybody. If you can make your way to Mombasa over Friday and Saturday, then just know that the Free Festival and Business Expo is taking place on the 10th and 11th of July 2026. That's basically this weekend. It's a cultural event that will showcase music, art, and community engagement, bringing together residents and visitors. And I'm now talking about the people who do not come from Mombasa or don't live in Mombasa. So visitors and the communities are supposed to come together and celebrate diversity and creativity. Now the festival aims to promote cultural tourism, support local artists and strengthen community cohesion. Wewe ulikuanga mtu wa Mombasa kitambo. Tunaweza kuconsider mtu wa Mombasa bado? City Muga. Yes, so hii ni ya watu kama wewe wenye mlikuwa Mombasa kitambo na mkasahau njia ya kwenda Mombasa. Unajua mali SGR iko?
Yes.
Unajua mali JKI iko?
CSGR iko hapa Ukambani.
Bas, ukishavika Machakos County unaweza chukua SGR ikupeleke straight ndani mpaka Mombasa. Right? So this year's Free Festival, which is the 6th edition, is going to be taking place at the Mama Ngina waterfront. And guess who they have partnered with, which is something that nobody could ever imagine or envision it would happen in this particular way. They are doing it with the Kenya Wildlife Service, all right? That is KWS. Even ndivyo tunawajuanga. So some of the things that you will need to go and see there and experience is the Marine National Park in Mombasa. It is a must visit destination, by the way. Atanga kuenda Mombasa, mnaenda tu kwa beach huko na mnaanza kucheza na mchanga na mnakunywa vitu ambazo mfai kukunywa na mnaenda kulala. Na. You need to go to the Marine National Park. Great stuff happening there. And of course the marine conservation experience as well. This includes the glass bottom boats rides, the snorkeling, the coral reefs, the marine biodiversity, dolphins, by the way. Watu ni kama wajuangi tuko na dolphins huko Mombasa. So you need to go make your way there and experience these beautiful sightings. And last but not least, all the KWS parks and reserves and sanctuaries have got diverse experiences and affordable citizen park entry rates. So we are encouraging domestic tourism. So again, this Saturday and this Friday and Saturday, make your way to Mombasa and experience the Free Festival. Culture, diversity, itakuwa top notch. Right now though, wacha ni introduce my guest. But before I do, Luis Rudasingwa, good morning, how are you doing? John Mutua as well, you're saying morning RG, niko tuned in. Kuna Creative Dan, good morning City Mugen Movie. You people light my day any day. Leo nimeslide kwa chat bana, big up. Well, Creative Dan, we welcome you. Then kuna Sniper Dev, amesema good morning CTA Muga and Mungala, I'm locked but hapo kwa data I disagree. The data is there, but it is so much fragmented and those companies like Facebook, they won't hand you any data. I mean, Sniper, you're right. There's limited data that you can access unless you pay for it. But like we said, kuna kina NIS, kuna chiefs. I mean, the government has got many places it can get data. Elizabeth Kamau amesema good morning Buvi and CT, karibu tena sana. Lydia Cherono tunakuona, amesema good morning Paul and CT. Ati hiyo ya Egypt ni sawa, they didn't vote for Baba for chair of the African Union.
Tumerudi huko
Clarividente amesema 515 we day. 515 huko ni wapi? I'm sure this is an area code. Be what was good morning CT and Buvi tuned in. Thank you so much Danson Kenya as well. I see you. Aswan Omondi amesema from Nakuru, you're tuned in. Thank you very much my brother. And then there is Samuel Lumbasi amesema Kitale usafi watching live. Asante sana watu wa Kitale, musibanduke hata kidogo, tukue pamoja hadi wapi? Hadi tamati. Right now, wacha niwapigie story ya wale tuko nao kwenye studio. Our guests at this particular hour are Mundalo Advice. Now Mundalo is the MD of Two Saints Leadership Institute. Ilikuwanga Two Saints, si ndio? Yeah. Ama umebadilisha jina?
No, it's Two Saints. It was a typo.
Kuna mtu ameandika video. Karibu niseme unafungua kampuni daily. Ama kuna pesa ya serikali unapewa hatujui
ya kufungua kampuni.
Ya kufungua kampuni bana. But welcome Advice.
Thank you very much.
Nice to have you today. Also we do have media and political communications expert Dr. Hesbon Owila. Daktari, very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning and thank you. So to be back here.
Karibu sana. Umesikia kuna 292 mali ilikuwa ipeanwe mali because of some data research company that was to be set up to track the popularity of the Kenya Kwanza government. I don't know if you've read that story somewhere.
I mean, the political class will always invest in data.
Yes.
Because it is data that drives, their campaign, their activities. So hiyo si fununu, hiyo ni kaukweli fulani.
Ni reality.
Ni reality.
But CT and I were saying in the morning, and the government, the president has got a lot of tools available to him. He really doesn't need another company worth 292 million just to find out whether people are happy with his government or they, have got some sort of dissent. He has NIS. NIS can literally tell the guy whether you are in Kisumu wanakupenda ama ni Ukambani ambao hawakupendi ama ni Kisii County ambao wanakuado. See, he can get that information without necessarily investing our taxes. 292 million. That's a lot of money.
Whether it is our taxes or not is difficult to tell, but what is clear is that NSIS is a state agency.
Yes, it is.
It's supposed to, gather data that helps you and I.
Yes.
Not necessarily a particular political party. And I think hiyo fununu inaweza kuwa na ukweli because a political party now needs what serves the interest of a political party. And a politician would need what serves the interest of a politician.
Right.
And having an understanding of the Kenyan political terrain, I mean, that's not strange. I mean, politicians invest a lot, to win elections. And I think we know Kenya Kwanza is very big on data.
Yes, they are.
I think the president himself is very big on data, and that's why sometimes he speaks with a lot of confidence. So it won't be strange to invest that kind of money.
Yes.
And I mean, these politicians keep telling us that they are not poor. They are wealthy. So I mean, the work probably of the media is just to dig deep and find out is this part of taxpayers' money or is it a political party or a political sponsors and well-wishers resources invested in this. But data is very critical. It's very critical. I know right now many people are thinking, and it's true that Gen Zs are going to be very consequential in the coming election, whether they vote or not.
Yes.
Who they vote for. I think it's going to be a very big consequential voting bloc.
Right.
But we also need data because this assumption that there's a block of a generation of Kenyans called Gen Zs.
Yeah.
They think the same. They'll do everything the same. Is probably a misnomer.
Okay.
Because a Gen Z from Nikenda, where I come from, and a Gen Z from Kilimani here, probably reason quite differently, and they have different ambitions.
Okay.
And those are likely. So that data in itself, no one has it. So if someone was to invest in that kind of data, I am glad we are doing something around that very soon. We'll unleash it.
Dr. Willa, you said nobody has it.
No one
that
has
data.
No one has that data.
Would it not be prudent to say I don't have it as opposed to nobody has it?
Well, if someone had it, data is only as good as being released.
Yes. I'll explain what I mean.
Yeah, so
there are people who pay pollsters regularly, monthly, quarterly, to give them an account of what people think of their political party. Yeah. They don't publish it in the public domain, but it's done. There are politicians who engage pollsters to tell them their own popularity in their own region.
Yeah. Yes.
So people who are in what we call this political space have understood the importance of data, and they engage. They don't publish it. The public doesn't know about it, but they do it. Now, the thing about data is this. The moment that thing enters this sphere called the internet, that information is available.
Yeah.
You may not think so, but it is available to the public. What do you think AI does? AI mines information that is available on the internet. That's what it does. Whether it is correct or not, it will mine it. Now it's up to you to sift and determine. If there is one thing that anyone who seeks positions of authority and power has learned to do, is to try and get as accurate information as you possibly can about the things that concern you. So they do actually get information, and they do know. Then there's the information they get from the people who are around them, who seek to tell them things which they think the leader or this prospective leader may want to hear, and things which in turn will benefit them. Now, that is the landscape of our politics. But the data is actually available.
Let me tell you what I mean. The data that is available for public consumption. I know politicians have this data at very, distributed and fragmented level.
Yeah.
We are getting national data. National data we've already surveyed, and we're not doing it for anyone. We are doing it for public consumption. It will be in public.
According
we have done this on the media. We've done a study on state of media and innovation. We did a study in 2023 on millennials and Gen Z's media consumption habits. It's in the public domain. It has informed the media. Even this we'll be doing just to inform the political campaign, and anyone who'd want to know what are the critical issues that young people would want addressed in the campaign period as a basis for making a decision in 2027.
Advice, according to the story, it was supposed to be a confidential thing, because in this particular case they have roped in the current Attorney General. They have roped in someone from Treasury. I'm forgetting the details, but at the very least, some people from Gava. The president's speechwriter apparently is the one who actually approached the lady who was supposed to create this particular software. And according to, again, the story, this software is supposed to track government critics or critics of the president specifically. What do you think about it as we wrap up on this?
First of all, we're getting into a very hot campaign season, and so many types of stories are bound to come out. Like that one I'm hearing about it just this morning with you guys. So yes. I'm not sure of the veracity of the facts around it. But maybe what I can talk about is the place of data in campaign. And there is a very little difference between UDA as constituted now and Jubilee, because most of those people, I actually worked with them that time in Jubilee, and I want to believe that they might be doing more or less the same thing. At that time, we used to do, and I agree with the city, we used to have a polling that is released every Monday. And so every week, we would be able to know how are we doing in different parts of the country. So politicians will always mine this data every other day, because dynamics change. Sometimes you are doing very well today, and tomorrow the dynamics have really changed because of something that movie pushed you on Generation Radio.
Yes.
And you got yourself blubbering. And then the dynamics shift completely.
Yes.
And that's why every week it is always very, very important for you to have a state of how exactly and how far are we doing, so how far are we so far.
Okay.
And so two things are heavily invested in. One is data and two is PR. Because then just after the data, as you move closer to the election, you need a lot of investment in public perception, because the voter, even if you are the one with the numbers, you need to keep the voter assured that you are winning. You need to keep the voter reminded every day that we are very, very strong.
Okay.
Because even if you have good numbers, but there's nothing to inspire your voter, then the confidence gets lost by the day. And that's why even the candidate who has not gone to the ground but has the highest number of billboards is a scary candidate.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. You can check that story on page 12 of the Daily Nation.
Oh, okay.
And it's also on our website on radiogeneration.co.ke.
Yeah, okay.
Utaipata hapo alafu maybe utaelewa the full story. But Daktari, getting back to you. There is this case that is currently ongoing, whereby Speaker Moses Wetangula has demanded, the Standard Media to retract that alleged defamatory publication titled "Broad-Based Family." I'm sure you saw it. Yeah. Where they put him in the middle, and then they said in the government there are some cousins here, there's a niece here, there's a brother here, and the brother there. What are your thoughts? Was it defamatory, first of all?
Defamation is very broad.
Yes.
And the basic around defamation is you injure someone's reputation.
Right. While they're still alive.
Yes, and bring down their standing. And all you need to do that you've been defamed is one or two or three people who can come out and say, the moment I heard this about movie, my thoughts about interacting with movie at a business level changed. You see? And in journalism, there's only one defense around defamation: truth. So long as you can verify that what you said is true, that's it.
Then it's not defamatory.
The truth cannot be defamatory.
Okay.
But let us look at it within context. First of all, we all related in a way. Okay. So if you want to trace genealogy of people, you will probably find that people are related either through marriage, through blood, and all that. So when I looked at that story, and it's interesting that story did not appear on the front page of the Standard newspaper first. That conversation started from the social media.
Okay.
And I think my biggest concern is not even the defamation.
What you mean is before it got to the headlines?
Before it got to the headline, it was already circulating because the entire story is anchored on an obituary, which was already available. Yes, the entire story is anchored on an obituary,
right? Which
is very unfortunate because when such a big story, headline story, is because a headline story will definitely set the agenda. That becomes the agenda that people focus. That is what people start thinking about and center their conversation around it. And if you look at the notes that the Standard had, and I don't want to criticize the media because it is not in my place, but we have to be constructive, because then if we don't protect the credibility of the media, and if we don't speak about the watchdog of the other three estates, because there's the three estates and then there's the media as the fourth estate watching over them. Right. And there's always this assumption that the watchdog does not have a watchdog. The public is the watchdog. Because when we lose credibility in the legacy established media, then what we are distorting is the information order. We are creating an information disorder. We are allowing anything to go. And I think the unfortunate thing with this is that the only relative of Moses Wetangula in that entire story is Moses Wetangula's brother, Tim Wanyonyi, Honorable Tim Wanyonyi. Yes. That is the only relative. The rest, it is anyone can sit here and find out who else is related to me through marriage, through aunties that sometimes I don't even know. And if you look at the relationship between Tim Wanyonyi, Honorable Tim Wanyonyi and Honorable Moses Wetangula,
right.
First of all, they're in different political camps, and they earned their positions based on a vote.
Okay.
Tim Wanyonyi in Westlands, Moses Wetangula in Bungoma as a senator. So to me, this story, other than defamation, I think there's a bigger situation, there's a bigger context that we need to speak to. That if today an established legacy media outlet is telling us a story about the government,
yes,
and we believe that story, and then the next day they tell us a story like this, a story that diminishes the credibility that we attach to this,
media,
then we are interfering with our democracy. Because then the sources of credible information become questionable by the day.
Are you saying that the folks here mentioned, for example, here there's this is Dr. Chris Wamalwa, he's not the cousin to the speaker? Or
no, I'm not saying that he's not the cousin.
Okay,
what I'm saying is the real blood relative Moses Wetangula is actually the brother.
But
you see,
cousin is
I know. Your cousin is your relative.
Yeah.
But you see,
blood relative.
Yes, blood relative.
Yes.
But you see, it could be your cousin on the basis of relationship that is born out of marriage.
Okay.
You see, and let me put this in context. You know what people need to understand is that it is not like these people are not related, but you see, that story insinuates that these people got into those positions because of their relationship with Moses Wetangula. Let me just finish.
But if they did, so what?
Yeah. No, if they did, so what? If we wait a minute, if we depend on Standard newspaper, for instance,
right,
to help us understand what the government is doing that is in our interest, and what the government is doing that is not in our interest, so that we make a decision. If it is not in our interest, because we are the sovereign and we have the power, we exercise our power to stop the government from doing what is in our interest. You know, if you look at this story, it is presented as an investigative story, a story where someone did some due diligence to establish that Harriet Chigai, for instance, was appointed because she's related to Moses Wetangula. You see, yet we know they didn't go out of their way. They just picked something that even me had
from the
access
obituary.
to. Yes, from the obituary. Now, good journalism would go beyond what Twitter and social media tells us, because journalism has lost, that ability to tell us what is new is gone with social media. So what we expect some in-depth analysis to tell us that, wait a minute, this is what has happened. These are the conversations before the election that had promised these positions, and these guys were given these positions. And this is the extent to which their service in this position does not benefit the public. Benefits the appointing authority. Now, if you read this story, first of all, I've worked with so many of these people. We've worked in the gender space with Harriet when she was the president advisor on women's rights. I mean, I've never met a more qualified individual to do the work that she was doing. So to have a headline story that insinuates that she got into that position because of filial relationships is just making me doubt the next big story that Standard will do, which is a very unfortunate situation.
Mundalo, what's your point on this?
I think, Buvi, there is a big problem, and I have always spoken to it, that modern day journalism has a problem, where sometimes we replace, we think speed is more important than accuracy. So the need for you to break news fast has become higher than the need for you to actually break news that you have verified. And that becomes one of the challenges that we are having. And number two, another challenge that we are having is that we are replacing competence with what is viral. Virality is becoming the new thing within the journalism space. That we just want a tabloid that can be able to be viral. And that's why we are also having headlines that are very different from the story. And anyone who wants to do real journalism and real communication is more or less becoming an underdog. And the more you sensationalize the country, the more you think you are actually doing journalism. And in my view, what Standard is doing is reducing mainstream media into becoming blogs and tabloids. Because one of the reasons why social media has not yet killed mainstream media is just because of that aspect of when we justify whether it's verifiable through the mainstream media, that we'll be able to get all the information we'll get on social media. But at the end of the day, in the evening, Bovi, someone will tune in and say, but let me watch news and see whether it really happened. Let me tune into Generation Radio and see whether it really happened. But when Standard starts reducing mainstream journalism to social media clickbaits, it becomes unfortunate. Because now when you look at that story, for instance, about people and how they are related and stuff like that, you really need to do some digging to ensure that when you are reporting, you are not sensational. Most of those people, if not all of them, come from the same county of Bungoma like myself. First of all, you cannot be able to claim that someone who is elected you cannot tag that on another person.
Okay.
Because then you are merely reducing the credibility of the people who elected that person. Tim Wanyonyi is an elected person in Westlands,
Yes.
not even in Bungoma. Tim Wanyonyi is a person who is elected on ODM, not even Ford Kenya. So the fact that he is Wetangula's brother and you want to make it look like Wetangula is the one who put him there, you are simply trying to send a perception like Wetangula walks with the votes of Westlands constituency in his pocket and he gave his brother, which is a very wrong assumption. When you look at Honorable Chikati, that is an elected member of parliament.
Yeah.
In Tongaren. So when you say that Chikati is elected because he is Wetangula's cousin or whatever you want to call it, you are simply indirectly insulting the competence of the people of Tongaren to actually get themselves a leader. When you look at someone like Dr. Juma Mukhwana, Dr. Juma Mukhwana ran for the Senate seat of Bungoma in 2017.
Okay.
In that 2017, when he ran for that seat, Wetangula was there, but he was running on UDA in the first place. Not UDA, on Jubilee.
Okay.
At the time. So you cannot be able to even say that his rise is because of Wetangula. There was Beverly Opora. Beverly Opora has been serving in public service in administration for the longest time, including when Wetangula was in the opposition. She was still county commissioner.
Okay.
So how do you then, because you make it look like she has just arrived today because Wetangula is speaker, so Opora has arrived today. So we can't reduce the competence and credibility of seasoned people like the ones we have there into just tagging them on the name of Wetangula. Look at Nancy Baraza. She's even a former, was it Deputy Chief Justice?
Yes.
She's a former Deputy Chief Justice. That's a person with her own credentials and her own competencies. You can't want to say that now we want to behave as though the day Wetangula became speaker, that is the day, alas, those people were arrived in government. And again, even that relation, I saw most of them are pegged as cousins.
Yes.
In Luya culture, almost everyone is someone's cousin. I can assure you, movie, and that's why when you go to when you go to our funerals, everyone who stands to speak is related.
Even
when they are getting to that home for the very first time. Yeah, and it's figure of speech. And if I meet Wetangula today in Mbuvi, Wetangula will ask me who is my father. If he will not know my father, he'll ask me for my grandfather. Because of his age, there is a high likelihood, and most of the people who have interacted with him will tell you he'll ask you for two people. By the time he gets to the third, he knows someone from where you come from, for as long as you're from Bungoma, and Trans Nzoia, Busia, and somehow he'll trace some history on that, and before you know it, you are his grandson. So then does that mean Mundalo is at Radio Generation because Wetangula is the speaker?
You know,
it is extremely unfortunate.
Gentlemen,
yeah,
let's talk about the reality of our politics, shall we?
Sure.
Okay? When you have a coalition of sorts like Kenya Kwanza, one of the understandings that brings about the coalition is what Rigiji referred to as shares. If you come from a certain community, you will be given the privilege of appointing certain people. And those people will be in that position as a result of your position within that particular hierarchy. Whether it is somebody from the coast, whether it is somebody from the Western Kenya, that has been the understanding of our politics. Number two, if I talk about Bungoma County, there were wrangles within Ford Kenya. Actually, Ford Kenya has had wrangles for a very, very long time. From the time of Jaramogi onwards to Kombo, they've been wrangles. DAPK, okay? And what is the other party other than DAPK? Those are led by people who come from that particular region. Wetangula himself had a wrangle with people who had been members of his party during that previous election, and there are people who wanted to wrest power. But it looks like Weta won that particular fight. Okay, now, what does that mean? People who are aligned to him were likely to get voted in. It is how our politics pans out. Okay? What you are right about is that a presentation such as what we saw in the papers seem to imply very many things which are completely untrue. Okay? But the reality of our politics is that if somebody from your community is powerful enough to be able to form a certain coalition, it's usually on the understanding that he will be given an opportunity to appoint his own people. That is a simple reality. And you see it playing out. So you can't point at one individual and say, you see what Weta is doing. That's why I asked, so what?
Yeah.
Because if you are to answer that question, then you'd ask, why don't you look at the CSs in this country? Okay?
Yeah.
And tell me, how many are they? 21, 22? Okay? Yeah. Look at the division of spoils. Is the country represented in that particular cabinet? No, it is not. The entirety of the country. There are people who have a monopoly, meaning they have a large number of people. Okay, we go to PSs. Okay? Again. So, when we talk about our politics, it is important that we pepper it with a certain... we look at it through the lenses of reality. How we practice our politics. Once we see this is how we practice, then we can discuss whether that is the best way to practice our politics. But that is how we practice it. Somebody goes into a coalition, it's the understanding wataingizwa ndani. It's an understanding.
Me, I have a question, and I'll ask that question once I read this
comment.
No. Once I read the headline. The headline. Sorry. So this is what it says: broad-based family. Alafu wanasema, an obituary has cast fresh light on the remarkable reach of Speaker Moses Wetangula's political and family network across government. What began as a tribute to a respected Bungoma matriarch quickly ignited a national conversation after it revealed the sheer number of close and extended relatives occupying senior public offices. The disclosures have fueled fresh questions about political patronage, regional equity, and whether access to Kenya's most influential positions increasingly depends on family and political connections. In my opinion, what the Standard has highlighted here, perhaps it's just like Daktari, you said, what is on social media. Yeah. People are probably asking, okay, Moses Wetangula, watu wote, these are already how many people? These are already 9 people in one government, different positions. And given, like you've pointed out, some of them have been doing this business anyway for a very long time, even before Moses Wetangula became speaker, when he was still probably MP, and so on and
all
so
of
forth.
them, by the way.
Yeah. So isn't it important for people just to know that Mungala Mbuvi, being the Speaker of the National Assembly, he also has got cousins, brothers and sisters who are county commissioners, others are PSs, we have a CS here. Isn't it in public interest just to know?
I think it is in public interest to know. And I think social media did that for us.
Yes.
Now, it is in the interest of the public for the media to go deeper, because the issue is not Wetangula. I think the issue is what CT has talked about. The issue is the morphology of our politics.
Yes.
How do we organize our politics? Our politics is based on coalition building, negotiation, reward and punishment. That if you didn't support me, I will ensure that you are punished thoroughly. But if you supported me, you will be rewarded. I think that should be the issue. Now, the problem is when you single out one individual, you debase the conversation to be an individual conversation. And then when it is based on very spurious, facts, for instance, Dr. Chris Omalu has been in the political scene. He's a medical doctor, someone who has earned his stripes. He's been a member of parliament. He contested for the gubernatorial position in Trans Nzoia. So putting him there and saying that this is a broad-based family is reducing a very critical conversation that the media ought to have had on the issue, not on individual, and brought Kenyans to that debate, that to what extent are we seeing this politics of reward and punishment rewarding meritocracy and not individuals who are given positions on the basis of their relationship with political, they're called political, what are they called, principles, yet they bring absolutely nothing. If anything, this ought to have been, a longer form of journalism that goes in depth, to dig deep. You see, if there is anything, but if you ask me, there's, because I saw this story, I went deep just to establish, first of all, is there a relationship? And as I've told you, if you start looking for something, you will get that relationship. In Western, they call everyone cousins. Right now, guys from Mount Kenya and Ukambani are calling themselves cousins. They're extending it. Now, in Alego, where my mom's comes from, everyone is Ndugu, not cousin. Everyone is Ndugu. So, if they are dug deep to give us, this is a cabinet secretary. the allegation. And you see, when you're doing investigative journalism, so long as there is public interest involved, even if it is a spurious allegation, you've got the right to even use surreptitious methods to get facts in the interest of the public. For instance, would want to see the only person there who is related to Wetangula, who is of public interest in this issue, is a cabinet secretary only. You know, that is the only person we can say probably was appointed based on the negotiation, which is characteristic of our politics. So is it possible to dig deep? Do they have the right qualifications? What have they done since they were appointed? Then pick another person so that you make the issue a public interest issue, not a rage bait to attract many people to start thinking that we have, a National Assembly speaker who has created a clique, an oligarch of sort of his family members. I mean, there are so many things we can say about our speakers of the National Assembly. So many things, including, in the history of this country, this is the first time we have both Speaker of the Senate and Speaker of the National Assembly go out campaigning for the executive, for the ruling party. And you ask yourself, these are people who head an arm of government that is supposed to oversight the executive. So if they hobnoble with the executive, that should be a much more important conversation than having this as a headline story. And if anything, if you are to have this as a story, it doesn't come anywhere near a headline story. It doesn't.
Yeah, but that one, the one you just mentioned, is not exciting.
Which one? And you see, that's the thing. You see,
this one is more exciting.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Campaigning is not exciting.
Yeah, no, wait.
Campaigning, so what?
If the media reduces itself into giving people what is exciting, then we are losing it. Because the struggle right now is for production of quality content in a financially sustainable way. That is what will safeguard our public sphere. And I think when you go for the exciting, you will get numbers, but you're not likely to get resources to sustain that production of quality content, and it will keep degenerating. Because this thing was on social media. So if you want me to pay for a story because it is behind subscription, and I can see it on my WhatsApp, I can see it on Facebook, and it's running everywhere, and you didn't do anything beyond the obituary, and then you're telling me as a media outlet, you want to give me content that will help me progress and entertain me and help you make resources to continue surveying the socio-political and economic environment to inform the public, then you're lying to yourself. Because things can't.
Do facts represent the truth?
Do facts represent the truth?
Not always.
Not always, but you cannot be truthful without facts.
Actually, you can.
You can't.
Yes, you can. There's something called conjecture. There's something called insinuation.
Yes.
Okay? If you look at the way Africans speak, when we're talking on a subject that we cannot speak explicitly about, we imply it. We never say it. And we expect you to know what we're saying, so we don't actually say it. That is the truth. Because it's a matter that is sensitive, so we cannot speak about it blatantly. Okay? Now, when you talk about...
But behind this conjecture, there is fact, yeah?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So it is the way you're putting it. It doesn't mean that there is no fact.
Yes.
So the way you're putting is to communicate.
No. There could be facts and there may not be facts. You see, truth is what I believe to be true.
Yeah.
There may be no facts to support it whatsoever, but I believe it to be true. And that is my truth. Now, why I'm stating it this way is this, If you take the view that the media is dynamic, what you knew as the media when you are a younger person and you're growing up, and what we understand even to date are the tenets that guide the media, that particular foundation was shaken by social media. Because social media is media.
Yeah.
And if the one thing that I've noticed about social media, and this gentleman here has made me perhaps tune in and pay more attention to social media, is that what you read about are not facts or truth, they're people's opinions. They're actually not even seeking to spread a truth. They're just seeking to say what they think.
Yeah.
And anything that does not agree with theirs, that one is now not the truth.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Okay? And so long as they and their 10 best friends have agreed on a certain point of view, that then becomes the truth. Okay? And they will not listen to anything else.
Actually, they'll shoot everything else down.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And we need to, like, when you look at that story, you know, Africans, first of all, do not have the word cousin in African dialect.
We don't.
We do not have it. And so when we get to the bottom line of, okay, who is a cousin, by the way? Yeah, even these people, they are calling everyone, who exactly is a cousin? Because number one, African dialect does not recognize that title. Two, when you look at who exactly is a cousin by then English definition, it becomes someone that you share some ancestors with. Now, then that, if we go that way, then both me and you become cousins somewhere because of coming from the Congo forest. So that's why we're saying that journalism cannot be such top layer. You cannot just spread rumors on a newspaper headline and call it journalism. You reduce the element of what journalism should actually be. You can't use a newspaper to just become a rumor propagandist or a spin doctor. And it's also very, there is something that my brother speaks about, that people are doing these for the sake of clickbaits and all that. What they need to also understand is that today you can get clickbaits, but you're not still believable. And that's why you'll meet people on the street and they'll tell you, unajua hawasemangi ukweli, but wacha mimi ninunue hii standard. You get? Meaning they have already decided, they know that they are not going to find a lot of fact inside there, but because they want entertainment, they want to buy that. And number two, it's not true that Kenyans only want to consume things that are sensational. One of the shows that I know never to struggle to really reach out for sensationalism is actually this show. But I go online and watch this show, and there is a lot of viewership on the show without it trying to be controversial or anything like that. So there is just poor and lazy journalism, and unfortunately it's coming out from both my generation and Mbuvi's generation who are in the media houses today, because most of the time we have reduced journalism to my opinion. And that's why today, even when you are hosted in some of these stations, they have called you to host you, but they want you to live there with their opinion. So you wonder, why did you call me? Because why call me to give your opinion? You would have just done a monologue and done your own opinion throughout that show. So these are the challenges that we are now grappling with.
Let me ask you something. Has the media held the state accountable? Has it?
Yes, it has.
Has it held the Nini? I'm talking about generally, not social media. I'm talking about mainstream media.
Even social media has done. Even social media has done. And because it cannot be a blanket condemnation, because we have those that have actually held the state to account. I cannot be able to run away from that. But the media must also understand that they do not sit at a place where they sit above accountability. Because most of the time, anytime someone wants to call out the media to be accountable, then someone runs straight to the clause of media freedom. Media freedom is not a substitute for to be a leeway for media to avoid accountability. You cannot be the ones who want to hold everyone else to account except yourselves. And that's why when you run headlines like those ones, the public must be cautious and ask you, honestly, in the face of a country where we are having people who have, there is some farmer in somewhere, at least there is some by-election somewhere, there is something about the university funding model, there is something about health, the best you could do is Wetangula as cousins. Honestly, it becomes wait, and then you tell us we have the editorial freedom to choose the headline. Fine, you have it, but we also have the freedom to give our opinion about your headline. That cannot now be that we are fighting the media. There's always this thing about anytime you say something against the media or what is unpalatable to them, they run to a corner and start saying that no, you are now going against media freedoms. Two institutions are very prominent for that movie in Kenya. One is the media and two is the judiciary. That anytime you talk anything against the judiciary, now you'll be deemed to be fighting the judiciary. You want to claw the powers of the judiciary. You want to claw independence. No. We must be able, we have given ourselves a constitution that says no one is above the law, including the president. And that's why we are critiquing the president. That's why we are critiquing the cabinet. That's why we are critiquing everybody. When we get to the media, please don't run away into saying that media freedom.
Do I hear you to be saying that, or insinuating rather strongly, that both the media and the judiciary have a tendency towards dictatorships?
I wanted to use better language that is not as hard.
No,
but I also appreciate yours. I don't disagree.
It's descriptive because somebody who doesn't accommodate views that are contrary to their own are leaning towards dictatorship.
Exactly. Yes. And it's actually even worse because now, one, you don't want the media today, and not all of them, some of them, they don't want anyone to say anything about anything that they said. And two, apart from them not wanting you to say a contrary opinion, they also want you to carry their opinion. So meaning they also want to interfere with your opinion to the extent that, and I gave you the example, to the extent that they will host you for you to say what they want to hear. And if you can't say what they want to hear, some journalists today will even put their words in your mouth to try and ensure that by the time you are done with that interview, their opinion is the one that formed the
so they have an agenda even as they invite you.
Exactly.
And that agenda is what must be met.
That exactly. And that is what now I call spinning. That is now not journalism. Yeah.
It's also dictatorship, eh?
Extreme.
But just to be fair, the media is Kenya is one of the best in sub-Saharan Africa.
Okay.
The most vibrant, the most dynamic, and the most functional in terms of the media's democratic.
It's not just sub-Saharan Africa. It's Africa.
No, I'm talking about the data that I have. I don't think I have data from the Arab Africa, but from sub-Saharan Africa, I can quote data that ranks the Kenyan media very highly. Even Standard newspapers, Standard Group in itself is a very solid media entity. And the fact that they had that story does not, negate its very critical role in Kenya's democracy. I would want to say that is a one-off. And then number two, media in Kenya is accountable. Media in Kenya is accountable. And I think people just need to know that if you have a problem with the media, the Media Council of Kenya has an independent complaints commission. So if you're listening to this show and you think that what we've come to do here is probably not in the interest of the public, and we are coming here to spin narratives and all that, or if the media has covered you in a way that you feel may not be defamatory, but in a way that serves an injustice to you, you can go to the Complaints Commission and complain. But lastly, the media has done a good job in holding this government accountable. Fairly good job. Is it only the best they can do?
Only this government?
No, all the successive governments. Okay. But I think the media needs to go back to what the media did in the late 1980s, early 1990s, because the media actually took a position in helping Kenya get back to multi-party democracy.
Okay.
And the only thing that differentiates the media when it takes a position and when it is biased is whose position does it take. If the media takes the position of the public, they don't have to be objective and fair. They simply need to serve the interest of the public. If serving the interest of the public is rubbing any side of the political divide the wrong way, you cannot say that media is biased. That media is serving the purpose that is supposed to be serving.
Okay.
And then lastly, let me just say that ultimately, if the media is not accountable, the media suffers, because any media that is not doing its work, because the public has a social contract with the media, that it didn't happen unless the media has told us. So even if we go and get it on the social media, we'll still come back to the legacy media and find out, did this happen? So if continuously things happen and the media does not pay attention to those things, and there are things that are of public interest, the media suffers, because then the public stops consuming that media with the assumption that, why would I consume this media, yet it is not telling me what is happening around me? And that is the ultimate accountability, because without a consuming audience, the media's currency goes back to zero. So the media is held accountable.
Doc, let me ask you, is it possible for an individual journalist, perhaps like the one who wrote the story, to be misunderstood? And maybe as they were writing the story, they were unbiased, and someone like us reads the story and is like, lakini leo watu wameamuaje? Is it possible for that to happen?
It is possible. There's even in newsroom, there is a hierarchy of influence. And Shoemaker and Rees talk about the consequential role of an individual journalist. When the journalist goes outside there, the journalist is consequential on the kind of story that will be told. So it is possible that a journalist told a story from a position that they thought was public interest centric, and they did their work. Now you cannot blame that journalist, because there's a hierarchy. From the journalists, there's the newsroom routines, there's the editors, you see. So if the problem now is that it goes all the way and that becomes the headline story, you can't blame the journalist. You're like, okay, wait a minute, a headline story is supposed to be an agenda setting story, because it's blown out. It's what you see first. It's what will form the conversation. And you ask yourself, do we want to have a conversation about a reward system that rewards politicians and their cronies? Yes. But is it right to reduce it to one individual? Doesn't that then make it a very personal, kind of a red bait kind of story? And if you come to the conclusion that yes, there are issues here, then it is not the journalist, it is the entire hierarchy of influence.
Of all the check.
By the way, let me just inform you. Okay?
Yeah.
These decisions are not made by an individual.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah.
Every day at around 10 or 11, editors meet, journalists meet. Before anything is published the following day or wherever, it is agreed upon.
Yeah.
The headlines you see are agreed upon. Yeah. It is not that somebody decides this today. Everything that is published is questioned. You are asked, what is it that you want to write today? So and so wants to write this article. Explain to us what it is you want to write. It goes through that process. How do I know? I know because I used to attend these editorial meetings. So I have a very clear idea how something actually ends up appearing in the papers. Okay? So, if it's responsibility, and Dr. You are spot on, it is not this individual. The individual comes with the story.
Yes.
It is their duty to explain. And before that thing is actually published, there are editors who read it and determine that this thing is worth being published. There is a process by it. Yes.
Okay.
And it is also important to point that there's a broader context. There's a broader political economy of the media context. And more often than not, people like blaming the journalists. People like blaming the media. I mean, it's a bigger debate.
Okay.
Just like CT says, it's a bigger debate, and sometimes it is whatever comes out as the headline story is not even an editorial. It's not a function of these editorial meetings. That Berlin Wall that used to separate the commercial division and the editorial has been blown out by a bazooka. Yeah. But the biggest problem is it was blown out, so the guys in the commercial see what the guys in the editorial do, but then politicians are also hovering around. Okay. And I think that's the biggest problem.
All right. Advice, would you like to lend a word on that one?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I wouldn't want to be so conservative in my criticism on the media. I would want them to get it very straight, that at the end of the day, the media has a responsibility and you shape perception. And just because you have an assembly of facts, it does not necessarily mean that you are reporting right. Sometimes you are spinning, because you can choose to see something from one direction alone, and when you do that, now that becomes a spin, because essentially when you are reporting, the media must be balanced. At the end of the day, the person who should make a decision on the interpretation of what has been reported should be the people that have been reported to, not the media in itself. It should be able to say, this is what these guys did yesterday and this is what happened today, and let the people judge. What we are having today in Mbovi is most of the time the media is judging on behalf of the people, and I don't think that is essentially their role. And also look at the headlines, and my friend says this would go on as maybe it was just one liner, but we've seen several of these headlines that have come up, and
in this same media house.
In this same media house. So we can't be naive to say that we would want of course, I know people of myself and my brother's nature. Sometimes you have the fear of cancellation, but because I don't mind, I must be able to tell Standard the truth, just the way we must tell governments the truth. And you can't run these headlines. Movie are not just about excitement. They can push the country to the cliff. You can be able to have a fight. You can be able to get into civil strife just on the basis of headlines. They are the same ones who told us Tuju was abducted.
Yes,
you remember that headline? It was full page, abducted. And then, I've even never seen them recant, unless I'm wrong. I've never seen them come and say, wait, on this one, I think on this one we were not right. I think I haven't seen many media houses try to do that. I saw one do that, I think 2 days ago, and that was good. Nation did that 2 days ago. That is the right thing to do. Otherwise, you can't just come up with your opinions, make them headlines, push the country to the cliff, and then we call it media freedom.
Can I ask a question, gentlemen?
No. Yes.
Is the media allowed to be biased?
Yeah. And then they should say so. It's in my view. Actually, I'm coming from the place city where I think that in our political context in Kenya, I think we are getting to a place where if media is affiliated, it should just be open then, so that we know. Because I have seen political meetings in Kenya city. For instance, I see Linda Mwananchi meetings being covered live by one of the media houses.
Oh, nice.
Live. From social media. Actually, it's like it's the official partner of Linda Mwananchi. So can't we then be able to say, okay, fine, you declare and just say these ones are Linda Mwananchi, then generation is whatever it is, and so like that. Otherwise, it in my view, it becomes at the end of the day where the bias comes in is that you are giving one side of the politique undue political advantage, which then influences the opinion of the people and therefore how they make decision.
You know, the position that our political parties have is that they have no position as such.
Yes.
We call it social democracy and what have you, but there's nothing whatsoever
that you can touch on.
But I think, from where I see it, I don't look at biasness the way he's looking at it. I'm just looking at biasness in terms of the consumer who is sitting at home. Okay. We always say that, the media is biased when they present, like, you watch a media house and they cover Linda Mwananchi. From your perspective, it is biased.
But
from
if that's what they're doing, it's a clear bias.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You see, for me, the media is allowed to take a position that is in the interest of the public. And therefore, if covering Linda Mwananchi is a deliberation that the editorial board has ascertained that this is a public interest issue that we need to give the public as it is happening without filtering anything, you seated at home would think the media is biased. But me, I would allow it to be biased if that is what serves the public interest.
But no.
How do they decide the public interest?
That now is shaping public interest.
Yes. How do they decide the public interest?
Yeah, let me tell you, there are indicators for what is of public interest.
Yeah.
If something touches on national taxpayers' resources, it's a public interest thing. That is why if we have a cabinet secretary who all of a sudden has become extremely rich and spends left, right and center, the media has a right to use whichever means to investigate this person. Now, if something is touching on crime or a gross misdemeanor, it's a public interest. It doesn't matter who it is.
Okay.
If it's
what about the politics now? The politics.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if politics is addressing itself to something that touches on taxpayers' money, and the editorial board has sat down and said, we need to follow this story and we need to give the public.
Dr. We're talking about rallies, okay?
That's what I'm saying. Even rallies.
Rallies say the same thing.
You see, let us not run away from the fact that the media has a responsibility, and the media's responsibility is not to serve the political class interest. It's to serve the public.
That's the point
That's what you're saying. Yes,
that's what
they're doing. If they are biased by serving the public interest, there's no problem.
In places like America and Australia, Fox News, for instance, is right-leaning hata hawafichi.
Yes.
That is
Sky News Australia, right-leaning na hata hawafichi, and there's nothing you will do about it. So, going back to your question, City, that yes, media, depending on the jurisdiction, they're allowed to be biased, and they'll report things according
I would say they're allowed to take a position and advance that position.
Yes.
Which to someone might look biased, but to them it is the right thing to do for the public that they serve.
Bias can still be right thing to do because that is what you have
that's what I'm
decided.
saying,
You have decided that it's your bias.
Yes.
So it still means it is actually a bias because
So if you label it as biased, you're giving it a very
it's not a label.
It's very negative.
No,
it is just a stand that we all biased by the way.
No.
Let me tell you.
Let
me tell you. That's what I'm saying. We cannot use a stand that is in the interest of an entity that the media has taken to be biasness. It is just that this media, like for instance, Fox Media is not biased.
It is.
We just know that they have a position.
That is
so
bias.
there is a way
What
in
is
which they are going
bias?
to report.
What is bias? Bias is that you have taken advantage. You have decided that you will have advantage. You will give these ones better advantage than the rest. That is bias.
So wait, today you called us here.
Yes.
Were you biased?
Yes.
Okay, personally,
No,
I wasn't biased.
You not. You just took a position and say for this show.
Yes.
This is a position that you need someone with this kind of expertise. You need someone with this, history.
For me, it was I needed a voice on this particular issue.
But
I wasn't biased.
Yes.
I just wanted daktari akuje atuambie.
There were many voices you could call.
Yes, there were many voices. You just took a stand.
There were many voices that would take your call. But you called Mundalo.
Yes.
So you took a bias and called Mundalo.
A bias.
We have come to the end of the show.
Is not, and when you say bias, it's not negative.
No, it has a negative. No, it has a negative connotation.
It doesn't.
It does. We can go to the etymology of the word bias.
Can I Google what bias means as we come to a close?
Yes.
So according to
not meaning the root of the word bias, but just go even to the meaning. It will tell you.
So according to this nini wanasema bias is a disproportionate weight or inclination for or against an idea, thing or group, usually in a way that is closed-minded, prejudicial or unfair.
Exactly.
Isn't that a negative connotation?
No, isn't that a truthful connotation?
However, they are saying there are key variations of bias. There is the cognitive bias, which is a systematic pattern of deviation in judgment. There is implicit versus explicit bias.
Let me just say,
and statistics. So look,
it is a bias.
Yes, but the media can take a stand.
Okay,
the media can be
let's
biased.
leave it by saying, I have a bias against your definition of bias.
Hiyo ndio Mundalo alikuwa anasema unalazimisha opinion yako. But gentlemen, thank you so much. Next time I invite you, just know I'm not biased. It's a conversation.
Yes,
it's just a conversation.
Like your bias will not favor us tomorrow.
No, hiyo media house zenye unaendaga unakataza kuongea, wakikataa wewe kuja huku.
No, I will come.
Tutakupatia nafasi.
No, all right, but he's doing a good job. I see.
He is. All right, here's the news with Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Federation of Kenya Employers says repeated protests are hurting the economy by disrupting businesses and reducing productivity. While supporting the right to peaceful demonstrations, the employers' body says businesses should also be allowed to operate without disruption. The remarks come after many shops in Nairobi's central business district remained closed during the Saba commemorations over security concerns. The university's academic staff union has threatened to call a strike if grievances raised by lecturers at Egerton University are not resolved. The union says the university has delayed implementing the 2018 collective bargaining agreement and is demanding the immediate replacement of the acting vice-chancellor, warning it will take industrial action if no action is taken.
The university has not paid our salary arrears, dating back to 2018, amounting to over 2 billion in what the management now calls pending bills. Yet, selective payment of the same continues, even with the CEO himself being a beneficiary of the same.
Political leaders in Shinyalu constituency, Kakamega County, have condemned the rising killings and defilement of school-going children, led by area member of parliament Freddie Kana. The leaders have given police 24 hours to arrest those responsible. They say the attacks have left parents living in fear, with many now escorting their children to and from school while carrying crude weapons for protection.
Tumepoteza mtoto mwanafunzi hapa Irobo ambaye alishikwa na watu ambao hawana nia njema kwa jamii. Mtoto wa miaka 7 akabakwa na akauawa. Hapo chini Shabuali pia tumepatikana na janga la mtoto wa miaka 5 hivi ambaye pia ameshikwa akabakwa akauawa. Tunataka kutoa wito kama kiongozi wa Shinyalu, changamoto ya usalama must be addressed and be given priority.
Wanashika watu tano wanaachiliwa. Wanaachiliwa, mimi naona huyo mtu na mimi ameua mtoto wangu. Mnaleta inji gani hapa?
Clergymen in Lamu are calling on politicians to keep politics out of churches, saying places of worship should remain sacred spaces for prayer and peace. The religious leaders, including the National Council of Churches of Kenya, have urged leaders to promote peaceful political engagement, reject hate speech and incitement, and foster unity as the country prepares for the 2027 general election. Ghana has postponed a planned visit by South African President Cyril Ramaphosa following anti-foreign protests in South Africa that led to the hundreds of Ghanaians return home. Ghana says the visit, which had been scheduled for early August, has been put on hold to avoid escalating tensions between the two countries. Diplomatic tensions between the two nations heightened after a video went viral of Emmanuel Asamoah, a young Ghanaian living in South Africa, being confronted and told to go fix his country. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The Egypt coach Hossam Hassan has accused the referee of being unfair after Egypt's dramatic 3-2 defeat to Argentina in the World Cup last 16. Hassan claimed Egypt should have been awarded a late penalty before Argentina scored the winning goal, adding that VAR failed to review the incident. After the match, he said he was not convinced by the result or how the game was officiated, arguing there was no fairness in the way the match unfolded. Argentina now advances to the quarterfinals where they'll face Switzerland. Meanwhile, Gregor Kobel starred as Switzerland beat Colombia 4-3 on penalties to reach the World Cup quarterfinals after a tightly contested last 16 match. Kobel made the decisive save from Cucho Hernandez in the shootout after both teams had earlier missed penalties. Switzerland converted 4 spot kicks to seal victory and will now face defending champions Argentina in the quarterfinals. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 12 minutes past 8 o'clock. Jina langu ni Mungala Mbuvi na niko naye City Muga in the studio. Or is it CP? CD? That thing will never get old.
No, that thing is new every morning.
Mimi hata ile siku nitakuja kwenu ndaanza kukuita hivi mbele ya watu. CP? CD? All right. Let me see. Nani hapa ametuongelesha? Jans anaitwa nani huyu jamaa? I think nilikuwa nimesalimia Samuel Lumbasi. Huyo ndiye alikuwa mtu wa mwisho kusalimia. So Samuel Lumbasi, yes, he was the last one. Kitale Usafi watching live, thank you. Then there's Don Saba. Don Saba amesema, what's not happening, Don? Are you okay? You know, in the African culture, when someone says "wa," it's either you're shocked in a good way or shocked in a bad way. So which one is it? Aya, John Gugi ameniambia movie on that once in history. Give it more details. Okay, fine. John Gugi, I'll try my best going forward. Don Sabo tena amerudi akasema Mundalo is just another media goon. and an apologist. CT say hi to Dr. Hesbon. Aya, Mundalo amesalimiwa. Legal Matters anasema Mbuvi, are you saying all Luyas are cousins? Because I'm Kisi. All Kisis are my kin? Okay. Standard is a propagandist out to spread negativity. Okay, I'll ask City a question on this one.
Ask.
Cause ulifanya kazi yuko. Nitakuuliza tu swali. Danson Kenywa anauliza, City, are you saying the print by your former employee in regards to Weta was a lie? Again, another question. This is Danson Kenywa. Super Mwamba anasema, good to see Dr. Hesbon. Mbuvi, what was the lie in the newspaper publication? Super Mwamba, me, I didn't say there was a lie anywhere. Tindis amesema, good morning City and Mbuvi. Tindis Mungala is my aunt. So umesalimwa na familia yetu.
Thank you very much. Auntie, asante sana kwa salamu.
Ken mwenyewe akaandika message akadelete, but naona ameandika huku chini. Amesema, when you miss the news you are uninformed. When you watch the news you are misinformed. This is according to Denzel Washington. This is the current state of the media. Alafu kuna IK9225 anauliza, are we discussing the Standard? No, we are discussing the headline that was on the Standard. Danson Kenya, Hesbon is making sense. One of the person listed there have known for a long time since was a DO in Nakuru. Then Weta was not even a speaker. Okay. Two more. Anasema, it's a headline. Why is Mungalo bitter? NTV Citizen have also run crazy headlines before. Where was your opinion then? And then Boaz Waruku amesema, good morning CT and Mbuvi and the entire RG team. Well, Boaz Waruku, a very good morning to you. So, number one, I believe we were discussing the headline, not the media house.
No. It was the headlines.
Yes.
And then we moved into discussing media houses.
Right.
Then we moved into discussing biases that we see in media.
Yes, sir.
You know, the moment you have human beings superintending a certain activity, even if it is reporting, believe me, the lenses through which you will report will differ from that of the other person.
For sure.
Okay? Now, what we are then debating is whether that difference is deliberate or whether it just represents how you view the world or how you view that same matter.
Yeah.
And that, in my opinion, falls in the category of diversity.
Yes.
Okay? Meaning they are not the same as the other. Now, when it comes to reporting, all these politicians have a history to them.
Yeah.
Media houses also have a history. At various times in their history, they have tended to report in a certain direction. The Standard, their reporting clearly does not favor the government. And why it doesn't favor the government is their lenses through which they look at issues and they present them in the light of the lenses that they see them. Okay? If somebody disagrees with them and feels it is wrong, you go to court. And that's what people do.
Yes.
Whether somebody has been defamed or whether they've been falsely represented, they go to court. That's how it is decided. The point I was making was those headlines and what you see appearing in the paper is not the decision of one person. The people who talk and discuss these things are really seasoned journalists who actually understand their onions from their leeks. They are clear about these things. Now, if they have a leaning that does not seem to favor the government, the question that I would ask is, are what they present factual?
Good question.
That's the only thing I would ask.
Good question.
Yes. If they are factual, then you would say that their bias is factual.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like we even gave examples of media companies such as Fox News. Bwana Fox News hawafichangi. them they are right wing and they do not make apologies for it.
No, they do not. That's their position. But you see,
yes,
the political parties in those countries have also clear positions.
Yes, they
not
do.
This amorphous watermelon positions that our political parties take. Okay, where you want a kwani Mara, you're here. Mara, you're here.
Right.
All these guys were in Kanu, then they were in what? I mean, it's a mishmash. Okay. If you find CNN, one could argue these guys are left
150%.
Yes, exactly. But that's
and
their
they
position.
don't even hide. Yes.
No, there's no pretense about it. See, because their political parties have positions. When you hear Labour, take it that those are people who are going to favor a socialistic approach to things. They will, when they talk, they'll be saying, no, the government must look into the welfare of the poor people.
Yes.
And the welfare condition must be looked
into.
That's
the messaging.
That is, and they're not pretending to message it. The other guys are going to say, no, free enterprise, capitalism, and so forth. Then they're the middle of the roaders. They will say, no, you need to tamper it.
Yeah.
It is good for us.
Let's consider.
Yes. And then, so when papers which favor those positions present, their bias is clear, and there's a reason why. They also believe in the philosophies of these particular political parties. Here, God. God.
It's a different story altogether. Now, someone is asking, Siti can explain the standard headlines. You've sat through such what you said.
I have sat in those editorial meetings. I have sat and I've because I wanted to learn. I wanted to understand.
So the individual journalist, let's say it's Mungala Mbuvi, who has a story. So I come with a story and I say,
you come for that meeting, and it takes place twice a day.
Okay. So nasema nataka kuandika hii maneno ya Wetangula na familia yake.
Unaambia tueleze.
Nasema sasa nataka ku highlight ama cousins wake, kuna manises hapa pia, alafu niulize watu kama wanaona hii ni sawa.
Okay, na utaulizwa where have you got new information from?
Si kuna hiyo obituary hata tuliweka sisi wenyewe kwa newspaper yetu.
Have you confirmed? Because we are Africans and we understand, especially if we come from certain regions.
Yes.
You can find two separate obituaries about the same person appearing.
Very true.
Kuna wengine wameweka jina zingine, kuna wengine wametoa jina zingine, kuna wengine we've seen these things happen.
Kuna familia moja imepost ya bibi wa kwanza, then bibi wa pili amepost yake.
Precisely.
Na watatu yake pia ameweka kwa radio.
Yes. And if the person is prominent enough, utakuta the council of elders in that particular community
pia wameweka yao.
So okay?
Beloved elder.
Yes, but you're and beloved church elder.
Right.
Okay. So you will be asked about the source. The verification of the authenticity of that source.
Okay,
that particular data. Utaulizi maswali yote. And then somebody will look through that particular article. It doesn't come from the journalist directly to print. No. It doesn't.
So, is it possible that once I am done with my story and I've done my headlining and everything, and then I submit it for review, you as my editor, you can just decide to change the headline without even informing me?
No, you'll be informed. You'll be informed.
Okay, do I have a say in that change?
You do. Because every once in a while you come across complaints by writers that, this editor hasn't even read whatever, and they're crisscrossing and cutting this thing and what have you. But that's an exception rather than the rule.
Okay.
The rule is you're called.
Yeah.
And it is explained to you. By the time you become an editor, you are once a journalist also.
For sure.
Okay?
You've risen to thread.
And you've trained and trained. So essentially part of what you're doing is you're inculcating knowledge into this particular writer and saying, this is what you say you want to do, okay?
Yeah.
Don't you think that this section ought to be put this way? Don't you think you are guided so that when it appears, you say yes, this was something that represent what it is that I wanted to say.
So I can maybe my headline was Wetangula's tentacles in government. Yes. Then you, my editor, you decide to say broad-based. It was broad-based what?
Yes.
Broad-based family government, whatever it was.
Yes.
So you can decide to make that change, and then I come and look at it and I'm like, I think I like that, and then we move on.
They'll tell you broad-based is more representatives of how you include people. Now you see, broad-based doesn't mean your relatives. That's the other thing. Broad-based means you brought in other people who may not necessarily be close to you, but they form part of this networking of politics that you have in your region.
Okay.
Remember, one Mr. Moses Wetangula is a regional leader. That political party is the most preeminent party in that region. The others that have come up over time, but Ford Kenya is still the preeminent party.
Okay.
So if he's the leader, these tentacles they speak of have to be spread. Okay? Now, where mischief was implied, was in saying or in suggesting, it wasn't said that these people are all related to him in one way or the other. They could be. They could be. My question of so what is because you are talking about a political process.
Okay.
Not a process that is necessarily governed by merit. No, it is a process that seeks to provide favors to people who have supported you.
Yes.
People whom you have reason to do favors for. It's a mixture of very many things.
You remember this same thing, we were having this conversation around, I think it was last year, when we were asking ourselves, what if one of Raila's brothers, cousins, shemejis rose to the ranks of Chief Justice? And then, of course, Raila goes into an election and then he petitions the court. Na tukajiuliza hiyo itaendaje?
You recuse yourself. Say hapa unikasin. So because
bro sasa hii
kitu mtasema kwamba sikuacha mimi nijitoe, you recuse yourself. You see, we can't run away.
But does it not still, like, isn't the influence still there?
Yes, it is there, but that is the nature of our politics.
Because I'll recuse myself, for instance, if I were the brother, but then again, this Supreme Court that we sit in, sisi ni my friends, sisi we are colleagues. So even in like people, and by then you might be very unbiased, you might deliver a judgment that is solid because but 50 million Kenyans will look at it and be like,
yes.
Or the 7 million people that voted for Raila.
But why do we look at it in that way?
Or against Raila will be like, hii ni mkono ya Raila hapo ndani.
Paul, why do we look at it this way? Because our lived experience has indicated to us strongly over time that is what happens. Okay? The way we've practiced our politics has come full circle, and the public now say, kumbe hii. If you look at appointments and even people who position themselves to elective positions in the regions where the so-called kingpins come from,
right?
The people will tell you, but that is so-and-so's relative, and they will explain to you how they are related. Okay? Even if it's a cousin 5 times removed,
right?
Okay? They will tell you, you know how jamaa wako na uhusiano. It is something. And again, I ask the question, why is it being made to sound as though someone is doing something absolutely wrong? And this has been the practice of our politics from time immemorial. People align themselves to those who are supportive of them, supportive of their views, and who propagate their agenda. This is politics. That's how politics works.
Actually, even most recently, Justice Katwa Kigen was applying to be Justice of the Supreme Court, and I remember hiyo kitu iliwasha moto from here to Timbuktu.
Yeah, but Katwa Kigen was William Ruto's lawyer when he went to The Hague.
That's the reason.
Yes,
because they were saying, come 2027 and there's an electoral petition. Mutafanya namna gani?
Actually, that's where they missed the point. You don't need to have a Justice of the High Court who has a name that is aligned to the region you come from for you to be favored. No, because they're talking about being favored. And I'm saying that's not how people get favored.
Or have a bias.
Yes. If the man is senior enough, okay, then I think there is absolutely no reason why that person should not be considered just because he happens to come from the neck of the woods that the CEO of the country comes from. No.
Like you said, it is the nature of our politics.
It is.
I'm sure if you ask a lot of voters why they would vote for their kingpin, they will not have a legitimate reason. They will tell you, see, because uni Mkamba.
Look.
Because uni Mjaluo. Because uni Mkisi.
Paul, let me give you an example of my own example.
Right.
When Raila stood for the position of when he campaigned to be a president, I'd vote for him not because of ODM. I'd vote for him because I know him. And that was my reason. There's no I'm supporting ODM. No, it's him I was voting for.
Yes.
It's quite simple.
Yes. Someone is asking, did Nancy Baraza get her job courtesy of Weta?
No.
The CJ, the deputy CJ position?
No, she was senior. She was senior enough. Yes.
She went through the ropes?
She was senior enough.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is what it is.
Yes.
That's what I like saying. And like you've said, this one is more or less our Kenyan politics. Na hivyo ndivyo itakuwa, and there's nothing much we can do about it. Tukubali ai? Tukubali HCT ama tukubali lakini hataisha?
No. Let the discussions continue.
Right. Sawa. Our conversation in this particular hour is about cancer, expanded cancer care benefits, and the elimination action plan. With us is clinical oncologist at the HCG. Hii kitu kidogo mimi ni mkamba inanipatianga shida. HCG Cancer Center.
Mix it up, brother. Mix it up.
HCG.
Yes,
HCG Cancer Center.
Yes, but see, now we've understood it perfectly.
Cancer Center.
Yes.
So we have Dr. Adash Chandra with us in the studio. Daktari, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning to you too. Let's talk about a little bit about, the process of just treating cancer. We know because majority of Kenyans will tell you they have known a patient or two who've undergone cancer treatment. Is it getting better by the day, or has it stagnated in terms of improvement of cancer care in the country? What is the current status of cancer care?
So, we have more diagnosed, we have number of cases have increased.
Right.
It is also because now the diagnostic tools are more sensitive. So when it comes to diagnosis.
Yes.
So when it comes to treatment, again, we have advancement in surgery. We have advancement in radiation, like we have state-of-art linear accelerators. And we are doing all kinds of treatment, like starting from basic 3D CRT to IMRT, IGRT, SBRT, which are the latest techniques in the field of radiation treatment.
Right.
And also, when it comes to chemotherapy, we have all the drugs available, targeted therapy available. We have immunotherapies available. Yeah. So we are moving forward. Right.
We've spoken to your colleagues who've been here before, specifically from the HCG Center, and there's something about the new precision. I think it's a radiotherapy machine.
Correct.
Yeah. Just give us a highlight of that and what exactly it does.
And when you say it's sensitive, explain what you mean by sensitive.
So sensitive means it can pick, we can pick more cancers which are not detected earlier. We can pick them in early stages. So the outcome is better. Overall, the cancer survival outcome is better. The cost implication is better in terms of for the patients, in terms of financial implications.
Right.
Yeah. So when it comes to radiation, we have something called stereotactic body radiotherapy. It's also called as stereotactic radiotherapy and stereotactic radiosurgery. These are the different terminologies we use when we treat a small tumor with very high dose of radiation. It is considered sometimes alternative to surgery. Where most of the time we use it for surgically all tumors are not possible to operate. Okay. And because of the location, and sometimes even if they try to operate, they can cause more damage because of the location. Like if it is a brain tumor deeply situated
inside the brain,
so which can cause more damage while doing surgery. So then we can use the advanced radiation technique, which gives almost similar results to doing
surgery.
And we also have
go ahead,
something called benign tumors.
Yes, please.
Okay. Where they are very slow growing tumors, but because of the location, they can cause a lot of side effects, like even paralysis.
So do I understand you to be saying that because of the advancement in technology and our understanding of what we refer to as cancer, the treatment of cancer has also become more advanced, number one. Two, because of the advancement in technology, we are now able to detect conditions of cancer that previously we were not able to detect.
Correct. Yeah.
That is correct.
Correct.
So then therefore, having said that, does it imply that when we hear of the statistics, the large numbers of people who've been diagnosed, it is because of this advancement?
It's both. The incidence also increasing because of the lifestyle changes and whatever we have now. The apart from that, I also tell it's because of advancement in the diagnostic techniques, and now people, or even doctors, the healthcare workers, they know what to previously there was a lot of misdiagnosis, like a lot of these esophageal cancers were treated as gastritis, all those things, reflux disease. But nowadays, if any, like they know there is something called cancer which is going on, they will subject any chronic symptoms, they will subject to the endoscopy and further testing, which will result in the establishment of diagnosis. Yeah.
Let me ask, at what point do the statistics inform us that the prevalence of cancer is now getting to a stage where it is alarming, and how do we then alternatively understand when we are containing the spread, or we are altogether avoiding the growth or the prevalence of cancer?
So usually, we have cancer registries, we have different types of cancer registries. Again, we get those data, like the annual incidence, whether how much we are getting, is the cases rising or not. Okay, so that will actually tell us, like, regarding the number of new cases, how much we see each year, whether the rate is growing or not. Yeah.
The reason why I asked the question is this: when we look at medical data regarding diseases in the country, cancer seems to be on the increase.
Yes.
And so once it was the one-off when you'd speak about few people having cancer. Now that's not the case. And also there's a diversity of cancers that are coming to the fore. Okay? Yes. And we even have data telling us which cancers are more prevalent and which are more prevalent in men and in women and what have you. Now, you mentioned something about lifestyle. Please explain how it is that the lifestyle that people have contributes to the proliferation of cancer.
Yeah, you see, like cancer, the cause, there is no single reason. We call it as multifactorial cause. So there are some modifiable reasons. There are no some non-modifiable reasons. Like we have hereditary, advanced age. Hereditary. There are cancers which occurs because of genetic mutations, which runs in the family.
Yes.
Okay. So that are small portion of cancers again. Okay. So those are not modifiable. It's because of the age. It's because of the race. It's because of the sex. If it's a female, they're more prone for certain kind of cancer like that. They're not modifiable. So modifiable cancers include, like we have obesity and sedentary lifestyle, abnormal diet intake. Even the red meat intake is also associated with number of cancers like colorectal cancers. Basically, it's a lack of balanced food, okay, which is contributing, and sedentary lifestyle, sudden weight gain, lack of daily exercises. All those things they're
contributing factors.
Contributing to the like they are modifiable risk factors, which can be minimized or improved to minimize the risk of development of cancer.
When we look at a case like of this lady called Nabuto died because of lack of funds. She needed a liver transplant. She, went to India to receive care, but unfortunately, because of the lack of funds, unfortunately, she lost her life. What are some of the, maybe if you know of, you can tell us the expanded cancer care benefits?
So, like you see, like now I can tell what is since I am in Kenya since last 10 years now. So previously I'm just telling what was there and what is the new thing. Now we are doing more like in diagnostic. I told you there is PET scan, which is new, okay, which was previously the patient used to travel abroad for that.
For a PET scan?
For a PET scan. It was around 5 to 6 years ago.
Okay.
Where the PET scan was not there. Okay, now we have that. We have advancement in histopathology. There is something called immunohistochemistry again, which was initially the processing time was taking for a person to get a biopsy. The report to be out, it was taking 3 to 4 weeks. Okay. Now we get the reports in 1 week.
All right.
And there is something called the further testing, immunohistochemistry, again they used to outsource to other countries. Now we have it available, where the reports comes out in 1 to 2 weeks again.
Okay.
We also have genomic testings, which was again which was not possible previously. Now they may, I think, as per I know, 1 or 2 labs may do locally, and majority of them they outsource, and the processing time is very shorter. You can get the report in 1 to 2 weeks.
Okay.
Now the treatment, everything is targeted therapies, and depending on the like we use along with the chemotherapy, which acts as a broad spectrum, which affects all growing cells in the body, which brings more side effects. We also combine them with targeted therapy or immunotherapy, which increases the benefit in terms of survival as well as reducing the side effects.
Okay.
Radiation also, I told, like we have those SBRT techniques, CyberKnife, the patient used to travel abroad. Now we have CyberKnife is also available in KUTRH.
Right.
We are doing SBRT extensively. We have done around more than 400 cases.
Yes.
Where we can treat previously the prostate cancer, we used to treat around 2 months, 40 days. Now we treat that only 5 days because of the advancement. It is highly focused, the side effects are very minimal, so we can give a high dose every day and we can finish the treatment in 5 days.
Okay.
Again, we have something like bone marrow transplantation. That's also happening in 1 or 2 hospitals. Again, this is scope of improvement. Again, the organ transplantation like liver transplantation, that we are lacking. Maybe we are going ahead in the future, nearby future.
Right.
If we get them locally, then the cost will also be minimized.
Wait, are you saying that we can't do liver transplants in this country?
Liver transplant, I have not heard. Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 centers they are associating with experts from abroad. They are doing.
Why don't we?
Liver transplant? Yeah, I have not heard. But renal transplant, I have seen.
Okay. Yeah.
Liver. No. I have
Is it
not
because
heard.
it's a difficult procedure? Is it because it requires, I don't know, high level of expertise? Why are we not doing
or
it?
the issue
Or
of
both?
donors, because a transplant means somebody else is giving you their liver.
Correct.
No, I know of folks who leave the country with their donors to their country, like India, for example. So they will live here with a cousin or a parent or a sister to go and have the transplant in India. And initially I thought it's because it's probably cheaper. I didn't think it's because it's a complicated procedure that needs a high level of expertise.
Yeah.
Wow.
True. That is true. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's something you mentioned also in terms of the tests.
Yes.
And you said some tests initially would take 3 to 4 weeks, but now it's gone down to probably a week. What has changed? Is it, number one, the volumes have gone down, or is it the nature of the test that makes it take this long? Why would the test take a week plus?
So it depends. Certain they need the reagents, they need the machines and everything because of the advancement in the technique.
Right.
They're getting everything locally available. Also, even we have some EGFR testing. Some pharma companies are also bringing EGFR testing. There are some tests are offered free of cost.
Yes.
Okay. For the diagnosis, proper diagnosis, to make them eligible for the dawa. Yeah.
Considering cancer is this very nasty disease, it's a killer and so on and so forth. You'd expect that some of these things are readily available. They are produced en masse, and every country has got, for example, if it's the test kits or the test reagents, the equipment that you mentioned there before. But it feels like it's still a niche, for lack of a better word. It's a niche industry where you can either, if you're not in India getting this particular treatment, you're either in the UK or in the US. Why is that so?
Because these machines are also expensive when it comes to SBRT. Like apart from Kenya, like it is not there in. We have in entire Africa continent. We have in either Egypt and South Africa.
Okay.
They may have. They are doing the SBRT. Apart from that, Eastern and Central Africa, Kenya, we have 1 or 2 centers which are doing SBRT.
Yeah. Like when you mentioned the PET scan, and I was thinking, what? PET scan, up until some 5 years ago, we had to leave the country just to get a PET scan. And I'm asking myself, but we've had cancer for as long as mankind has been alive.
Correct.
Yeah, and even with modern technology, we are still not able to have all these PET scans. But thank God now we have.
So we have, it is now when it comes to PET scan, we have, like in our center particularly, we have different PET scan.
Okay.
When it comes to PET scan, we commonly talk about FDG PET scan, but which is, again, we can use it for number of cancers. But there is cancer-specific PET scans are available. We have prostate. We have something called PSMA PET scan. We have something called neuroendocrine for neuroendocrine tumors, which are special tumors, which are not like other tumors. We have something called DOTA PET scan.
Wow.
And we have also in our center we are doing something called even for renal tumors. We have special molecule which can give more specific, more clear picture. And we can avoid the false positive. We have something called false positive results, which are not specific.
Yeah.
So we are moving towards, when it comes to diagnosis, we are moving towards cancer specific diagnosis, even the PET scans. Yeah.
I thought, just for me to understand, because my mother is a cancer survivor. And I just thought of the PET scan being a PET scan, and she received treatment at Aga Khan at the time. But now you're saying that there are different machines, or there are different reagents that are for specific cancers. Which is it? Is the machine the same?
Machine is same.
Okay.
The reagents are the drugs we inject.
Okay.
The patient for them to go and pick. They will bind to the specific cancer cells, antigens on the cancer cells.
Yes.
So the reagents are different. They are cancer specific.
Okay, just like
we have also now something on the lutetium therapy also we are doing in 1 or 2 centers, including KUTRH. We have also started in our cancer center.
Right.
So that is also a kind of cancer treatment, specific cancer treatment for advanced prostate cancers or even other cancers. Yeah.
Tell us about the elimination action plan. What is that?
So now you see, elimination means cancer now, previously cancer was called as it's just like a death sentence. Now we have many cancer survivors.
Right.
Okay. So for me, I have patients who comes, since I told you I am here since 10 years, we have many patients coming for follow-ups. Okay. So most of the cancers we have it here, like breast, prostate, cervix, they're curable cancers. Okay. The main thing we have to take care is the cancer, the early diagnosis of the cancer. The cancer has to be picked in early stages, and always when we are treating for the first time, we have to treat properly, because that gives the better outcome.
Yes.
Okay. And elimination, we can't eliminate the cancer, but we can increase the survival. We can increase the number of patients getting cured of cancer.
Yes.
Even they are in advanced stage, we have the advanced treatment techniques, okay, where we can increase their survival, we can increase their quality of life. Okay. Nowadays, more of the even non-treatable cancers are now we can treat them. We have survival benefits.
Yeah.
Even we have immunotherapy drugs which have also changing the picture. For most resistant tumors like malignant melanoma and everything, they are difficult tumors, but still with these davas and everything, targeted therapies, they have better outcome.
Yeah.
When we talk about cancers, we seem to talk a great deal about treatment. Are there cancers that can be cured?
Yes. We have that's what I was telling. The most 3 common cancers we have in the country is breast, cervix, and prostate. They are curable cancers.
They are curable.
Yes. They're curable even
without necessarily doing surgery.
No. They have to do the
you
treatment.
Have to cut it out.
Yeah, we have, you see, for cervical cancer, all cervical cancer doesn't need surgery. Okay. All prostate cancers doesn't need surgery. Okay. Most of the cervical and prostate cancer now we manage with non-surgical methods like radiation and chemotherapy. Okay. Breast cancer with surgery is one of the main treatment. Okay. Most of the all of the breast cancer, except which has not spread to the other sides, So they need surgery for cure. But along with the surgery, they need chemotherapy, they need radiation to prevent the recurrence. Okay. It's basically a multimodality treatment, site specific, type of cancer specific. We have different davas available. It is tailor-made treatment for each patient.
What is it about these cancers that cannot be cured? What is it that makes them incurable?
See, it's the nature of the tumor. It's always when it comes like it's survival of the fittest, like that. What happens even we have patients who are on chemotherapy, particularly in metastatic case, they will be responsive to chemotherapy for certain period of cycles. There are chances they can develop some mutations so that they also want to survive. The cancer cells also want to survive. It can develop some mutations. It can happen. It can become resistant to previously sensitive chemotherapy. And also what happens, the cancer tumor is not made up of same type of cells. We have some sensitive cells. We have some resistant cells. As we progress with the chemotherapy, the sensitive portions of the cells will go down. The resistant portion of the cells proportion will increase. So that will also determine as we go ahead with the progress, like number of cycles, there are chances of response can slightly go down. It can happen with certain number of cancer patients, not all, certain number of cancer patients.
Do you see patients who come to your center from other countries?
Yeah. So we have a lot of patients coming from Somalia. We have Ethiopian patients, even the Uganda, Rwanda. We have patients coming in. Yeah.
Oh. So what you're saying is, therefore, if I understand you correctly, that the center that ACB provides the sort of treatment that is not easy to find probably in very many of the countries that are our neighbors.
Yes, definitely yes. So I know like there are hardly like in there are many countries in the even Africa, not only in Africa, in many countries in the world, they have for the whole country they will be having one or two linear accelerator. That too, it may not be linear accelerator. There's something called old machine called Cobalt 60.
Yes.
That too, if for the entire one country, they may having one or two machines in the capital of the country. That too, if it is broken down, then there is no treatment available. Okay, so we have many countries, not only in Kenya, not only in Africa, we have in other countries also.
How expensive is this machine that makes it so difficult for people to have?
So it is. It is not. It is expensive. I'm not telling it is. Like it is somewhere around. I know in Indian rupees.
Say in Indian rupees.
Around maybe. It depends on the high end. Whether it's a high end, low end. Maybe from 20 crores rupees. We call it as crores. 1 crore is again 10 million.
Okay.
10 million. Yeah. 10 crores, 20 crores to 50 crores, 50, 60 crores.
So
that is the
essentially you're talking about 60 million Kenya shillings.
Not more than that, I think. 600 million.
600 million.
600 million. Okay.
No,
I think
maybe around that.
I think as a country we can afford 600 million.
Yeah, but we have number.
But yes.
We have number of in Kenya. It is available. We have even public setup also. We have KNH. We have KUTRH. We have MTRH. We have in Nakuru, Mombasa. They are doing well. Yeah.
Okay.
Kenya is doing well.
Are they sufficient?
They are not sufficient, and we have now private centers coming up in between among them. So maybe government also it is still needed.
Yeah.
Because of the burden, cancer burden is quite high. We have around 45,000 cancer diagnosed every year. So
I'd like to talk about the research for a minute here.
Yeah.
Gene therapy.
Yeah.
I know it won't treat all types of cancers, but is it being used here in Kenya?
Not yet.
Why?
It's advanced technique. Again, the one is the machines, the expertise. Okay, so maybe that is one of the where the cancer vaccines, gene therapy,
right,
those things where we are lacking.
Yes. Even monoclonal immune therapy
that
as
we
well.
have monoclonal antibodies.
It's happening here.
Yeah, monoclonal antibodies we are using. We are using immunotherapies. Okay, we are using them.
Yes,
but we are lacking in that. The cancer vaccines,
right,
gene therapy, and even surgically we have there is a we have good surgeons available locally, oncosurgeons,
right,
but we have like the robotic machine. There is something called robotic Da Vinci machine.
Okay. The ones where you can be here
minimally
you're operating on a patient in Cambodia, for example.
Not like that. It is not like that.
And the entire robot operates on me.
No, it is kind of laparoscopy, but robot, the surgeon sits beside and operates from there.
So the machine is here, but the surgeon is there, operating it from a distance, but in the same vicinity.
Same within the same.
Okay. All right. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's because I cannot imagine. I mean, I've seen this, and I think there's a time they did it here in Kenya, where doctors, I'm not sure whether they were in the UK, US, or India, but they operated on a patient here in Kenya. Has that happened, or am I dreaming?
No,
it doesn't happen.
Possible.
Okay.
Maybe
watch it in a movie.
Yes, it was in a movie.
Yeah. But that technology is being worked on, though.
Yeah.
Does it really exist?
No. Explain. The technology you refer to, what is it supposed to do?
So instead of doctors flying to Kenya, for example, to operate on a patient, again, Dr. you will confirm this, instead of doctors having to fly into Kenya, experts like the ones for liver transplant, the machine would be here at one of our hospitals, right? Like the HCG center. Then the patient checks in, but the doctor is in India and operates me, but from India.
How?
So the machines are basically his hands.
No, it's not possible.
No. Yeah?
He has to be available, but they won't be available.
Was I seeing this in a movie, though?
No, you saw it in one of these science fiction movies.
I think I did.
Yes.
Maybe somebody has to operate here, but
they are being guided.
They may be instructed, guided.
Yes.
There.
Yeah. Okay.
It could be that one.
All right.
But somebody has to operate. The robot will be here, and like it is more like you have laparoscopic surgery. It's a more what can I say? It is minimally invasive.
Yes.
And the access to the sites is more clear. It has different arms. So and the scars needed. They do small scars,
right?
Small incisions, and the surgery is done. Okay?
I've actually
the recovery time is less.
I've actually spoken to a doctor who does that, where they just those probes get into your body, then the surgery happens inside with a camera and light, but they don't necessarily open you up. Then they extract whatever they need to extract through those holes, and then they just sew them up.
How does laser treatment work?
Laser for cancer, no, doesn't have that much advancement. It is maybe some benign tumors, pre-invasive cancers. We can use it.
They use it.
Yeah, not for invasive cancer, developed cancer.
So invasive cancer, what do you use?
We use surgery is one of the main treatment. We use radiation treatment where we use radiation is also like non-invasive. It is painless where we target
specifically.
We use high dose X-rays or gamma rays to target the cancer specifically, and apart from that, chemotherapy. So apart from that, there is something called radio frequency ablation, which is used in very small part of cancers. RFA, but we have the SBRT technique. Will cover most of those techniques. Like now. We are treating prostate. We are treating many number of tumors. Like we have benign tumors in the brain, like pituitary adenoma, recurrent pituitary adenoma. We have craniopharyngioma. We have meningiomas. These are AVMs. AVMs are abnormal blood vessels in the brain. Okay, which can cause bleeding and which can cause convulsions and other issues. Recurrent bleeding. So they are difficult to operate. So what we are doing, we are treating with a high dose of radiation, where we treat 1 to 3 days. The treatment, the purpose is to the clot. make those vessels non-functional. Okay, so we have treated around 4 cases. There is something called functional radiosurgery. There is something called trigeminal neuralgia, where the trigeminal nerve is one of the cranial nerve which supplies the face. So it is associated with the certain number of patients who have that condition. They have severe pain, excruciating pain in the face, which happens every day almost. It can persist for continuously, it can persist, or it can come and go, it can be there. The frequency can be every day, or it can be.
So what induces the pain?
So sometimes it is like somewhere there is compression, somewhere there is a virus, post-viral infection. The nerve can become abnormal. So normally it will give abnormal signals, so that it will sense that there is a pain always. The patient will feel pain always, like even a simple brushing, smiling, wind of cold breeze can induce the pain. So it's such a bad, it's called as suicidal disease. Okay, so normally medical treatment, it can work for some time. Okay, and they take number of tablets. It can become resistant, or overall, like they will be put on many different types of medicines which can induce side effects like drowsiness or many weight gain and other side effects.
How prevalent is this particular condition? How prevalent?
It is there. We have treated 5 cases. What we do something called radiosurgery. We give 1 dose of radiation, highly focused. It's called, we give around 80 gray. 80 gray is the radiation dose we give for any big tumor to clear. So that much dose we give in a single day. The target size is less than around 0.1 cc or less than that. Okay, it's so focused treatment targeting that trigeminal nerve. So we have treated 4 patients which have shown positive results now. Until now.
Doctor, where is this nerve again?
In the cranial nerves. It's near the brainstem.
It's a single nerve.
So there are different. We have 2 trigeminal nerve. We have around the cranial nerves. There are different. Okay, we have, this is the 5th cranial nerve, trigeminal nerve. So it supplies the sensation on the face. Okay, the right side nerve supplies the right side of the face.
Okay,
the left side. The left side of the face, upper face.
Right.
So many like this is a very special technique. And it is very bad disease. If I say it is very bad disease to have.
You've said it's a suicidal one.
Yeah.
Because the pain is excruciating. Someone just wants to die.
It doesn't want to. It doesn't release. You see, like it's simple. Brushing the teeth can trigger the pain. Smiling can trigger the pain. It varies with the patient to patient. Again, some patients who presented, they are telling that cold breeze on the face can trigger the pain. So where they have to stay like.
How successful is the treatment?
It is quite effective. Okay, so quite effective. We have treated. I told you we have treated 4 patients till now.
In Kenya.
In Kenya, yeah.
Okay.
In Kenya, Kenyan patients.
All right.
Okay, so they have responded very positively. So with the, they have reduced the number of tablets. The frequency has gone down. The intensity, the severity has gone down. Okay, but however, we need to follow up them for 2 to 3 years to see how long they will have the same benefit. Okay, so currently we are the only center who are doing that kind of treatment, and we are doing something called total skin electron therapy. So we have something called mycosis fungoides or cutaneous T-cell lymphoma, which is a disfiguring disease which affects the skin through on whole body.
Yes.
The skin, like it is, I told you, the skin, it is there on the face and everywhere.
Right.
It's just like a stigma. So for them to now, we are doing some. Those tumor. There is a kind of lymphoma which is not so sensitive to chemotherapy.
Yeah.
So we are doing something called total skin electron treatment, where we treat the whole skin. We treat 2 to 3 times a week. We treat around 18 days. Okay, and sometimes we give a little bit more dose if the lesions are big. So there also, like we have seen the lesions disappearing, the The cosmetically they have improved all those things. Though it can recur, but we can give radiation again.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. I think for me, you've unlocked a new level of fear. I used to think that the brain-eating amoeba is the worst thing that can ever happen to a human being. Now you're telling me there's excruciating suicidal pain.
So that happens in only few patients.
Yes,
but
yes,
it is
yes.
we don't know who. Like we have many, even celebrities also have those conditions.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right.
We have treatment options. Good thing is treatment options are available.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming, for having this conversation. And perhaps what I will say is that I wish what you guys do the best, because clearly it's a difficult job. It is a difficult job. All right.
So, and it's a teamwork basically.
Yes,
it's a multidisciplinary teamwork. Like we have a specialist. We don't do everything alone. We involve the concerned people and everything. It's a teamwork. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have arrested a couple linked to an alleged land fraud scheme involving an 8.35-acre parcel of land along Old Mombasa Road. Detectives say the suspects John Mugo and Eddie Tairima, identified as directors of Daimler Enterprises Limited, claimed ownership of the property using a forged title deed and a fake land grant. Even though the Ministry of Lands confirmed the land belongs to the complainant, the office of the DPP has approved charges including conspiracy to defraud, uttering false documents and obtaining registration by false pretense. The Social Health Authority has introduced fingerprint identification for registered child dependents aged between 7 and 17 years to improve patient verification at healthcare facilities. SHA says parents or guardians must first give consent before a child's fingerprints are taken, while patients who cannot be verified biometrically will be identified using the contributor's ID number and one-time password. Media and political communication expert Hesbon Wheeler has criticized reports linking senior public officials to National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula through family ties. He says journalists should verify information thoroughly instead of relying on social media claims before publishing sensitive stories. Wheeler was speaking today on Radio Generation.
If you look at this story, it is presented as an investigative story, a story where someone did some due diligence to establish that Harriet Chigai, for instance, was appointed because she is related to Moses Wetangula. You see, yet we know they didn't go out of their way. They just picked something that even me had
from the
access
obituary.
to. Yes, from the obituary. Now, good journalism would go beyond what Twitter and social media tells us, because journalism has lost, that ability to tell us what is new is gone with social media. So what we expect some in-depth analysis to tell us that, wait a minute, this is what has happened. These are the conversations before the election that had promised these positions, and these guys were given these positions. And this is the extent to which their service in this position does not benefit the public, benefits the appointing authority.
Police are investigating a violent student unrest at Nyabisase Secondary School in Nyamache, Kisii County, that left property worth millions of shillings destroyed. More than 50 CCTV cameras were damaged during the 5-hour rampage, with school officials believing the students destroyed them to hide their identities and frustrate investigations. The school's board chairman says the dispute was over the deployment of a new principal.
The teachers asked for enforcement from the police. The nearby police station, at least 3 policemen came. And given that this school has huge numbers of students, there are quite a number, so the boys started throwing stones The investigative bodies are at the ground. They are doing their work. We want to believe that they will unearth those ones who are masterminding these riots.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 8 minutes past 9 o'clock. This is the last hour. And I usually tell you the last hour is always the best hour. And as we get in there, shout outs to Luis Rudesingo saying patients are operated by doctors from all over the world, especially France. Oh yes, medical care in this country is great. Barry Juma says, what movie saying is called telesurgery, and it does exist. There are cases that were performed remotely in the United States. Thank you. And then Luis says, this is ambitious, timely conversation, very informative, and thank you so much. Aya, sawa sawa. Karibu tena sana. I need to remind you that the Free Festival is taking place this Friday and Saturday. That is 10th and 11th of July. It's going to be taking place at the Mama Ngina waterfront. And this time around, the Free Festival, apart from it just being a convention where you get to experience different cultures and you talk about business and just have fun times with the people of the coastal area, they are encouraging you to get to the Mombasa Marine National Park. It is a must visit, guys. Don't just get to Mombasa and go to the beach. Yeah, there's so much more about Mombasa that you need to experience. Marine conservation experiences as well, like the glass bottom boat rides. I know some of you just see it in vlogs and blogs, but you've never experienced it, so you'll get to experience it with the Free Festival on Friday and Saturday. Also KWS parks all over, reserves and sanctuaries as well. Diverse experiences, guys. So don't forget Free Festival this Friday and Saturday. So check it out also on our website, that is radiogeneration.co.ke. A lot of information there, and you can also just Google and you see this is the 6th edition and it promises to be the best ever. Now in studio, like I told you, we're going to be talking about philanthropy and talking about what women who put their mind to stuff can do. And today it's all about Captain Irene Danu, and I'm sure perhaps somewhere you have seen her. If you haven't, kindly Google na utajionea mambo mengi. Captain, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana.
Nice to have you.
And thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, you were just telling me about how you got into this whole philanthropy.
Yes.
For folks who are just probably getting to hear of you or see you for the first time, how did we get here?
It's just wanting to see people do well and do better.
Right.
I know that sounds very cliche, but it comes very easy and naturally for me. And also just growing up and seeing my parents, especially my dad, just trying to help where he could. Yes.
You were a pilot for 22 years?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you still flying?
No, now I'm getting off to come into the political field. Yes.
You did it for 22 years.
Yes.
How was it just doing it every single day? Me, every time I'm about to fly, whether it's to Mombasa or to the UK, it's an exciting time, and it's, you even park the night before. You can't even sleep because, oh my God, the plane. But you did it for 22 years, day in, day out.
It's different when you're in the cockpit from when you're back in the cabin.
Yeah.
So I started here in Kenya at the Kenya School of Flying. Then I did my PPL, that's the private pilot's license. Then I moved to South Africa. Then I went to Czech Republic and back again to South Africa for my commercial.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'm a commercial pilot.
Pilot.
Yes.
Yeah. I know you flew different kinds of planes.
Yes.
And I know there are different categories. But I only get to hear of them. So G737, Omara 8330s, G8. Did I just make up a plane?
You did.
Yes, you did. 8330.
Did you say A or 8?
I'm not even sure what I said. But, so that I can get this excitement over with.
Yes.
Which planes did you fly?
Well, I have flown most of the Cessnas during my training. I have flown the mid lightweight, not the heavy. I've not got into the heavies yet. But I did I did in the private jet sector, yes.
Okay, good stuff.
What I'm interested in knowing is you were in the aviation industry for 22 years. Does that not make you one of the pioneers? Because pioneer in the sense that industry doesn't have many women.
For female pilots, yes. Actually, one of the things that drove me to want to become a pilot is our first female pilot. Well, the one that I got to see was my namesake, Irene Koki. That was my biggest motivation. When she had just come back from her training in America, and then she joined KQ. I was just starting my flying at the Kenya School of Flying. Yes. So, pioneer, probably. Well,
yes. I mean, given if you look at the industry and you can count the number of female pilots we have, yes. So, apart from her motivating you, what is it that made you decide to fly? Because careers are plenty in this country.
True.
And of all the careers that one could have taken, you could have been a policewoman, you could have joined the military, you could have been a teacher, you could have been a doctor, you could have been a lawyer, you could have been an engineer. Why flying?
Surprisingly, when I cleared my high school, I was called to uni to go and train to become a teacher.
Oh dear.
But
here I was mentioning teaching and humor. Yes.
Yes.
Well, you're talking to a teacher here.
But I didn't. I know Professor CT. I've watched you for a long time. You too, by the way, and I'm so thrilled to be here with you. So I was called to study education, yes, which I didn't. So I went straight into flying. Reason for flying is I'm a science girl. I did well in my sciences in school, and I was always fascinated about flying. Okay, so just as a passenger, I never thought of it as like making it a career. Exactly. So now that fascination went into, I want to know how this works. I want to know how this is done. We don't have any in my family. I'm very proud to say that I'm the first, but we have many others after myself. Like before me, yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
So you had somebody who motivated you. Now you became a motivator for members of your family.
Yes, yes.
Did you enjoy your career?
I did. I still do. I will fly till my last days. Probably not commercially. Now it's just going to be for leisure. Yes. But I did enjoy, and I love to fly. And I love to talk about flying to anybody who cares to listen.
So how did you morph? You were flying. You were in the industry. How did you get into philanthropy?
I guess it's just, well, for me, the helping aspect came in very naturally, very easily. Okay, it started with the little things, and then now it became a big thing. I always wanted to probably have a charity home or somewhere where I can see I'm helping kids, I'm helping somebody in need. So now from flying, in fact, what I wanted to get into was to become a flying doctor. That was my retirement plan. So I did enroll into med school, but that's a story for another day. But that was the path I was going for, and that still stems from the helping aspect that I wanted to get into. And so moving from aviation to philanthropy, I was still doing it even still within aviation. But now because I want to step aside and get into another field, so I still have to continue this because this does not, it does not need a career to do. Yes.
How does philanthropy work? I mean, I hear of it. I've heard of philanthropists. Essentially, they are those who call them. They are do-gooders who are known because they let you know that they do good. Yes, there are organizations that do good. They help people in need. But I've never talked to a philanthropist.
Okay.
So I'd like to know, who knows, I may be a philanthropist and I didn't know.
You probably are.
Trust me, he is.
How does this work?
Okay, so for me, I used to do it without highlighting anything that I'm doing. And then I got to a point where I realized that, so you help 1, 2, and then the number becomes bigger. And then it becomes a point where you need extra hands to help with that. So now it forces you to position yourself in a way that now you can get bigger like aid to come and help you in what you're doing. So now I could only do what I could do in my capacity, but now I want to be able to position myself to join other people who want to help, and also maybe meet my family of philanthropists and continue with this. Yes.
Okay.
So it's just the little things. You just see what you can do.
Yes.
If I need to give, for example, if it's pads, if I need to pay for school fees, if I need to help a family, it's just the little things.
Yes.
Yes.
You're passionate about the youth,
Yes.
because you've come through for them, in the different areas that they are in. Why the young people?
I'm a mother to youth.
Yes.
Gen Z, who's also a pilot.
Yeah.
Proudly to
was
say.
he in the streets the other day?
No. He was working.
Okay.
No, he's not in the streets.
All right.
So that's one of the reasons. Second, there's a cry. I wouldn't say if it's silent. It's been very loud since 2024, and so for me, the youth embraced me, especially in Machakos.
Right.
When I go to Machakos.
That's your home county, yeah?
That's my home county. I come from Moa Hills. Yes.
Okay.
A town called Kitanga. So the youth in Machakos specifically embraced me. And I find it very easy to work with them, because being a mother to one of them, I kind of feel like I understand what they need, how they think. So I use my motherly position to relate to them. Yes.
One thing I as I was researching about you, there's this figure that keeps on, and I'm sure you've been asked so many times, on this issue of 20 million that you used to help the people. Maybe you can just, in your own words, maybe let us understand why does this keep on coming up?
The question about the 20 million?
Yes, your philanthropy work. You've come out and you've helped athletes, and I believe it was. Let me just get that right, so I don't get it out of context. The 20 million soccer summit model. Yes, that's the word that came up in my research. What is this model about, and who exactly is it a target for, or who is it targeting?
So the target for this soccer summit is the youth, to be specific. And why it's a soccer summit and not a soccer tournament? Because tournament is just an event.
It's a competition.
Exactly. But then a summit is a marketplace. So my soccer summit has more than just the 90 minutes that we play in the pitch. So we have coach training, we have financial training for the winners of the cash prize. We have talent scouting. We have also an aspect of the philanthropy that is extended to the female teams that participate. So it's a whole...
So it's both boys and girls.
Oh, absolutely, yes, it is. 480 teams across the entire Machakos County.
480?
480 teams, yes. We have about 9,600 players, yes. And coming to the 20 million aspect, all fully kitted with uniforms and a ball for each team. So that's 480. About 9,600 pairs of uniforms. We have logistics for the teams. We provide lunch for the teams. We have referee fees. There are a few things here and there to do so that the games can happen. Currently, we're in the sub-county levels, where we have the 8 sub-counties in Machakos, which used to be constituencies for us. So we're finishing up the last sub-county this coming weekend. We have Kalama and Machakos town.
I've been to Kalama. It's a very beautiful place.
Yeah?
Yes.
You should come on Saturday.
Yeah? Oh, this Saturday something is going down.
This Saturday we have the sub-county games there.
All right.
Yes.
You mentioned earlier on that you decided to join politics.
Yes.
What position are you gunning for, and what exactly do you feel like you will bring into that particular position for the people of Machakos?
Well, I would like to go for the position of a woman rep for Machakos County.
Right.
Reason being, when I started this, I saw a void. When I started this soccer summit, I faced a couple of challenges that emanated from leadership in the county. I expected a bit of, I think I expected too much, but now in reality, when I got on ground and I saw what was happening, I felt like I could bring, I could contribute to some change in that position. Second, it was the cry I talked about, the youth wanting to be seen, wanting to be heard, and it was very, very obvious that that is missing within that docket in the county.
Right.
So I want to be able to address that.
Yeah.
Yes.
The folks who have been saying that by this position of woman rep, perhaps it doesn't serve the purpose it was intended for. You know, it was an affirmative action position, and I guess people's expectations were way up there in terms of the kind of transformation it will bring. I don't know what they expected, and perhaps a lot of these voices are coming from the young people that we were talking about earlier on, saying, why do we need all these 47 women that, you know, we're just handing this position over to? I don't know what your thoughts are on that particular statement.
I think the positions were necessary, are still necessary, because I hear there's a discussion around trying to scrape them off. The positions are very necessary. And what has made it seem like the public has been underwhelmed by the performance of probably those in the positions at the moment is because of that perception that you're there because, not because of merit, that you're there because you can do what you're expected to do, but you're there because it was said that you have to be there. So there's that, for lack of a better word to say, a flower girl position.
Exactly.
So you sit there and you do as you're told. That's sort of what I think the mentality is. But for me, it would be nice to see that change, because the position, the mandates are clearly stated. It's a member of parliament position.
Yes, it is.
They have all the functions of an ordinary member of parliament.
Right.
Now this is a county rep, and so being in that position, you should be able to serve just as the other members of parliament. And it's also one of the top 3 positions in the county.
True.
So for me, I want to go and bring change in terms of how the position is perceived, because it has a lot of authority.
Yes.
But now, because of that affirmative action, we put you there, and then also the way we politic in the country. Parties. If a party picks someone and they put them there, you can't do anything besides what you're supposed to do because of what the party says.
Yes.
You see, that's also another thing I feel that kind of gags the
performance.
Exactly. So I hope to see that.
Are you an independent candidate?
I still don't have a party yet.
Well, are you interested in one?
I would love to have one,
Okay.
but should I not get one?
Are you scouting for it?
I am scouting for one.
Okay.
But I'm also...
Why are you scouting for a party?
Because there are aspects of each, of most of the parties that I like, little aspects. I would wish to have that in one umbrella.
Why not consider endearing yourself to the electorate so that they're interested in you and not the party?
That's exactly what I'm doing. And that's why we're running these programs, and I'm going right to the grassroots to speak and for them to hear me.
There was a governor in Machakos, the immediate former governor, who was elected on a rather interesting party that I think I relate to him when I think of the party.
Okay.
Yet that particular region of Ukambani, as we call it, is dominated by Wiper.
Mm-hmm.
There must be something that he understood and got
Mm-hmm.
right.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not the only one.
Mm-hmm.
There was a governor in a place called Makueni.
Mm-hmm.
He also was elected on a political party that was not Wiper.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I'm trying to say is,
Mm-hmm.
there's something about certain individuals that the people resonate with.
Yes.
And they will elect them.
Yes.
Party notwithstanding, because
Yes.
you see, you are standing, or you want to vie for a position
Mm-hmm.
in a region that is your home.
Yes.
So people know you.
Yes.
People know what you have done.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
How do you make that enough to get them to vote for you, so that the issue of the party becomes secondary as opposed to it being primary as you pursue this particular goal?
You see, I don't set the rules. It's what is on ground. Parties do have a lot of influence in how people vote, in how people perceive and view candidates. The conversation about having a party is not necessarily mine. It's something that it's on ground. You must go with a party. You can't go independent, So, yes, endearing myself to the people is one thing, and it's what has brought about the projects that I'm currently running across the county, so that they can get to see. It's sort of like a job interview. This is my ability. This is what I can do. I'm not just talking of, I'm going to come and give you this. I'm going to come and do for you this. I'm doing it now with the little resources I have. Luckily, I have a foundation. So also using the foundation, as I work with the foundation, I'm also able to get into the communities and be able to speak to what I want to do. So I feel that is what, on my part, I can offer for now. But the conversation about parties is
So essentially, if I hear you right, you're saying that I am talking theory. What the ground demands is what you are saying.
Yes.
Okay, let me perhaps give a different diversion to what I'm saying and say this. If you appeal to the electorate,
yes,
don't you think that the party would therefore want to embrace you as well?
To your surprise, let me tell you what I have experienced on ground. It is not to embrace you. It is
they will fight you.
Yes. Yes.
Good. Now, the fighting is not a bad thing. No, it isn't. Like, people assume that when bad press is given to an individual politically, it's a negative thing. I honestly marvel. I marvel because those who give individuals bad press don't seem to understand that they are giving the individual press. As you talk negatively about someone in politics, you are talking about them. So ordinarily, where people would not hear of them, you are the one who's ensuring
that they know about the person
all the time, every day. So you are actually popularizing that individual without you knowing that you are. And you're also introducing a debate about that individual where if you had kept quiet, people would probably not debate. Because for instance, if you say this person has done this, some people will ask, has he really, or has she really done this? Or this person has done or has introduced projects that are negative. Again, you will introduce a debate without you realizing.
Yeah.
So every topic that you bring up that is against that person introduces a discussion that wouldn't have been there if you had not highlighted it. Because the thinking is, if they are negative about you, the voters will side with them. Not really. Not necessarily. Because again, there are those who will ask, why this focus on this individual? What is it about this person that these people keep bringing up? Because one, the voter is wary about a politician. So if it's a politician speaking, they are likely to query and ask, okay, we've heard. However, since I do not come from the region that you come from, and I don't understand the ground politics of that region, we were talking about it earlier on. I'm actually puzzled. Since we're on air, let me ask the question. Why is Wiper so dominant? And why do the Kamba people determine that Kalonzo must be their leader? Why?
So before I answer that question, I would like to add on to something that you were saying as you're explaining the analogy of there's nothing like bad press. But you're speaking from an expert's perspective.
Oh, I'm an expert. Oh,
if you're behind that mic, you're an expert.
No. If I'm behind this mic, I'm a radio talk show host. But anyway, go on, yes.
Yes, because we can't deny the fact that our not elections, but politics in this country are very sentimental. So if emotional, exactly.
Yes.
So that negative press, that negative publicity that you're getting will affect and influence some people. That's what I think on what you're saying. That the notion about there's nothing as bad publicity.
Especially in politics. No. Not really. It's a question of you work with a team and you have a team and you've clearly planned your path into politics. That's clear in my mind. You didn't just wake up one morning
and decide.
And an angel came and told you, Irene,
you
must vie for this particular position. You planned it over time and you've thought about it and you have a team.
Yes.
What you're saying represents the truth of our politics and our political parties.
Yes.
For instance, the region I come from, if Raila preferred a certain individual, let me be respectful. If the late Raila Odinga, the late Right Honorable Raila Odinga lifted someone's hand and said, this person is my candidate, the likelihood of winning was very high.
Yes.
You didn't always win, but it was extremely high.
Yes.
Okay? The reason was not you. It is Raila whom they were supporting.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
That reality I understand. But I also understand that there are people whose hands were not lifted and they still won.
On different parties even.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not very many. The constituency I come from, when that MP, he's a 3-term MP, first won, it was not on an ODM ticket, but he won. So, and he wasn't the only one. The others who won. Now, I need one example to tell me it is possible. I don't need two. What is impossible is what there is no evidence to support it having been done.
Yes.
Then I say this one is impossible.
Yes.
But so long as one person has done it, then I know it is not impossible.
Yes.
Because, and why I ask this question is, there are constraints that come with political parties.
Yes.
There are benefits that come with it because they come with a voting bloc.
Yes.
And that voting bloc is likely to favor you.
Yes.
Now, opportunity cost here. What would you rather compromise on what it is you think is important for you to do? Because the party, you'll be told what to do. They'll tell you this is the direction we want you to take. Or take the risk of saying, actually, no.
I'll go it alone.
I am actually going to try and see if I can actually get voted in even if I'm not in this party. Or get elected in the party ticket and then proceed to do what you want. They can't really kick you out, can they?
But that's what a lot of individuals are talking about out here. That I'll go with the party and then once I'm elected, I'll go and do what I wanted to do, what I'm supposed to do.
Yes.
But I believe in integrity. I want to...
In politics?
In life generally.
You know, political life is different from ordinary life. Politics and integrity.
Two different things.
Fish climbing a tree.
I guess what a voter would ask, Bibi, same questions it is asking, but now from a voter's perspective. What will guarantee them that you will still have that independent mind and you will think about them in whatever that you do, whether you are elected on a party or as an independent?
For one, I would take it back to where I come from, the industry I come from. I've been taught a lot of discipline in what I do. Second, the fear of God. Third, I have a team from the group that I'm working with, who primarily are youth. A lot of cries from the women and our men in the county to want to have a stake in it.
Yes.
We will get to them.
Yeah.
But for now, the ones I'm working with, I will proceed. I will proceed with them. Yes.
Those are your accountability partners.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. In terms of just working because as a woman rep, I would assume that for you to reach out and help the people beyond the kinds of resources perhaps you'd have as a member of parliament, do you have a plan to see how you can even work with whether it's NGOs? And
yes, for sure, of course. And the budget for the office of the woman rep is not that chunky, ni kadogo. You know, it could probably run 2 soccer summits in a year based on what I've done.
Yes.
But for me, I bring along social capital. I purpose to use the connections and the networks that I have from my work over the years, from other philanthropists, investors. I want to divert attention to Machakos. Whenever people come to Kenya, the attention is always to the capital city, or we go down the coast.
Yeah.
So this time I'm hoping to bring something new, something different to Machakos. Yes.
Do you think there are any gaps in legislature that you think you'd probably inject in terms of input and say, you know what, there's this gap, and I feel like if I get the chance to be that member of parliament, that woman rep, I think I want to ensure that I introduce this, whether I'll have other people help me sponsor it or I'll go it alone. What is that thing that you think?
There are a lot of gaps, I would want to see the youth having a voice in our day-to-day life. I would want to have their needs voiced out, represented. It's something I would want to front and champion for on their behalf.
Yeah.
So definitely have the youth at the table wherever we are discussing. It's not an issue that they have to get out to the streets for us to be able to hear them, or they must feel threatened for them to be able to speak. It would be nice to be at the same table with them. Yes, we have our the national leadership, we have the county leadership, and let's have a specific one just for the young demographic, so that we have them also have their voice.
A lot of the female legislators that we've had a conversation with here usually point out to one issue, that there's a lot of being a woman MP or even vying, being a woman politician, actually, whether it's MCA all the way to governor, it's difficult because, number one, we are a patriarchal society.
We are.
Have you started seeing signs of that difficulty that they're talking about?
Oh, very, very much. In everything I do. First of all, even just financially, like the things that I'm doing, there's no way it can be me who's doing it. I mean, it's impossible. Who's doing it? You know,
who's behind you?
That's the question. Must there be someone?
Who's the sponsor?
Exactly. And by asking that, mind you, it's not assumed to be. It's not expected to be a woman. It has to be of the opposite gender. So we have that. These things are done by men. Who's telling her to do this? Who's paying for this? Who's sponsoring all this? There's that aspect. And then also, of course, just being a woman, you know, we get discouraged all the time. Are you going to be able to handle this? What about family? You know, you have to retire early, being women. There's that gender bias in most of the conversations, and of course being accused of being emotional in terms of decision making. We've definitely faced that.
One member of our audience is asking, ask Captain whether she's married. Now I know he means this on a light note, but
yes,
you know,
how do you know he means it on a light note?
On the ground, CTC mimi ndio ninauliza swali. On the ground, these are questions that I'm sure perhaps villagers, locals will ask you. You know, you're coming here, you're presenting yourself. Do you have a family? You've just told us that you're a mother. So again, that's something else they'll ask you. So you want to do this? What time will you have for your kids? You know, they don't even care whether your kids are pilots or they're toddlers. But these are things that you will encounter. Have you encountered this?
I have. Oh, absolutely, I have. But I want to try and separate my private life from what I'm coming to
Public
do
life.
for exactly, because that is just mine. I will keep what I can keep for as long as I can keep, but I mean, there's really nothing to hide.
Maybe if I can ask it in a different way, what do you think you owe the public as far as you gunning for this position is concerned? Do you think they honestly need to know some aspects, or there are some aspects you think si lazima mjue na msiniulize tafadhali?
Deep questions about family, definitely not, because I'm the one asking for this position and not my children or their father or my parents or my siblings. So with that, it would be nice to have that off the table. So anything about me personally, I would love to.
You know, Kenyans don't have a filter.
Niko na mtu.
Kenyans hawananga filter. They will definitely ask this and in the most bizarre ways, perhaps.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of because I was just trying to go through the three main functions of member of parliament: representation, legislation, and oversight. Now, this is a situation, this is a place or a territory I feel like members of parliament have really failed us. And it is representing the voice of the person that voted for you. Case in point, finance bill of 2024, where unfortunately we saw Kenyans lose their lives. When it comes to you having to take a stand and representing the voice of Kaleche or Ndanu who voted for you, how will you handle that? Because that, I think, has been the biggest failure of the 13th Parliament.
It has, I agree with you. And like Mr. CT said, that integrity and politics, two different things, I would still stand on that integrity stool. First, what I believe ought to be done, and second, the people who've sent me there, what is it that I have to speak on? As I go around, one of the things I can tell you that I'm being told, and it's in the same context I say that when I get to Parliament, what I'm going to speak will be their voice, is I'm told, as you come here, whatever you do, just don't come with this party. So there's that, and I listen. Because, I mean, if they tell you, don't come with this party. So it's the same thing. So on this issue, when you go to Parliament, we do not approve of this or we don't like this. So I feel that's exactly what I'm going to do. I will listen to the people I represent.
What do your people want? What is it that they need, and what is it that they would then need you to do for them?
Machakos needs improved standards of living, okay, in every aspect, socially, academically, in every aspect. We need to. There are issues that are happening on ground that need to stop, or at least we see a huge reduction in. For example, I'm speaking from experience, from what I've encountered. All right, there's a high rise or cases in teen pregnancies. Okay, this is a problem. The mothers are speaking to it. The youth are speaking to it. It's insane. This needs to stop. But now we have to address the problem. What is the cause of this? Poverty, one of the things. Because you realize either students are not going to school, or people are, or maybe the girls are forced to engage in, not so good activities just to get something to eat. Some are taken advantage of as they're looking for work. So basically it's the standard of living that needs to change. Poverty being the leading cause of all this. And then there's a drug menace amongst the youth. Alcohol abuse, drugs generally, they're engaging in. Idleness, all right? Lack of school fees, back to poverty. So it's improved living standards. That's what I would say. That's what my people need.
Let me ask this question.
Yes.
Outside, apart from Kiambu County that has Thika as an industrial town, Nairobi County, Kisumu County, which has an abundance of sugar factories, Machakos has very many industries within its boundaries. Okay. Now, I've often wondered, as somebody who is looking at that whole situation theoretically, how does the county and its people benefit from this abundance of industries? Machakos has land. How do the citizens benefit from this? I ask this question for a simple reason. A lot of people who go into politics focus on the politics and not the people. If you are a legislator, when, let me be prophetic here, I normally don't prophesy.
Amen.
But in your case, I'm going to prophesy.
Amen.
When you are women, when you're the representative, how do you plan to utilize the benefits and the resources that Machakos County has? I don't know all of them. So that it works for the people, because it is not that Machakos County doesn't have resources, it does. It is not that it doesn't have natural resources, it does. How do you ensure that all the things you've pointed out as issues, how can these resources be turned to ensure that they benefit the citizens of Machakos County?
You mentioned that Machakos has land.
Oh, plenty.
Yes.
Mingi.
But Sasa Shida, it's owned by a few.
That is all right. That is even good. At least you know the owners. Yes, you do. Okay? You see, that's the task that you have. We were discussing forms of political formations, and we're looking at the Scandinavian countries and how they have a mishmash of political ideology. On the one hand, they're capitalist. On the other hand, they're social democrats. And how it is they treat the wealth that they have, they encourage you to make money as much as you can. But at a certain point, they tax you so that the money you make is good, because in the absence of the citizenry, you wouldn't be able to even make the money you make. So some of that money comes back to the citizenry, to the tax. That's their model. Legislating means you have an extremely powerful tool with which you can ensure that your county actually benefits from the resources. Now, this requires thinking. This requires getting people who can help you think.
Yes.
This requires something that most politicians don't do. And if they do, they don't do it well. That's what I'm asking. Because if you've had exposure, given what you do, okay? People in this country languish because the people they elect aren't thinkers, and they aren't people with structured thinking to determine what it is they need to do. More importantly, to get their people to benefit from what they actually have, not something you're looking for from somewhere, what actually exists. Okay? They focus on the politics. The question I'm asking you is, if you genuinely want to help people, do you have a roadmap that you would follow to ensure that one, you inform the people about what they actually have, you inform the people how you plan to utilize these resources through the legislative process that you are party to, and how at the end of every year they can tabulate the benefits that accrue from your position. Meaning, year one, this is what I expect you to see. Year two, this is what I expect you to see. Year three, case in point. Somebody wants to build a factory in Machakos because it has land. Okay? Taxes aside, how can the county partner with those industries so that the benefits that accrue from that particular factory goes directly to the people? Just a case in point.
What you're asking is a manifesto?
No. I'm asking about a thinking. Manifestos, those documents are all good and well so that you have a clear indication of what you want to do. I understand. It's the thinking that I am concerned about. The thinking that will guarantee that you have a focus, and as you structure your manifesto, it's towards a certain goal, and there's a focus. And that thinking isn't stationary, it's dynamic, it's constantly working. I'm talking about moving away from our politics as it's currently structured, and actually getting people to understand that the benefits they want doesn't have to come from outside the county.
It's right there with them.
It's right there, and it's a question of what needs to be done, and more importantly, what they also need to do.
I would say for my part, what I have done, because I have a program that's running currently where we're empowering our youth with quick skills to help them be able to be to stand on their own, like just to give them sustainability. It's something that would have taken them probably a couple of months, but we've condensed it and we've been able to make it work for them to know, to learn what they need to know. So for me, it's the skills training. Okay, so we show them what they have within themselves, within the county. I have brought, I've partnered with a training school to come and teach.
TVETs?
No,
just a training school.
It's a training school from Nairobi, Foreigner Training Beauty Training Institute. So we've taken the training to Machakos. It's across the entire county, the 8 sub-counties, 40 wards. We've purposely taken trainees from each of the wards to make sure that once they're done with the training, they get a certification. We equip them with starter kits. And with those starter kits, they can continue training themselves or even training others who didn't get an opportunity to be able to participate in the program. So this creates that continuity. So in my part, to answer your question, is to give them the quick skills and ensure that there's continuity in that, so that for those who were not able to be part of that program when it was running, there's something that they can learn from one of their own. Hence the spreading it across the 40 wards.
How do you determine who should be trained?
It's not age specific. Okay, well, 18, of course you have to be an adult, and it's for all. For the youth, for our moms, our dads, we have women in their 50s, 60s who are training as well.
What are they training in?
They're training in hairdressing, barbering.
Foina is a beauty school, so or rather she does beauty stuff. So that means that she has a school, the one that she's mentioning. So they, like, if it's for the gentlemen, you learn hair cutting skills.
Yes.
For the women, also hair cutting skills,
hairdressing.
I almost called it hair beauty skills, but yes, hair beauty skills actually. Makeup skills, if you want to work out to
nail artistry.
So
yes,
that is what Foina does. Hata hii ndevu yako imekuwa white sana, tunaweza paka rangi. So I know that's what Foina does, right?
Yes, that's
We're talking about
she
the same
does.
Foina.
Yes, the same Foina. Yes,
Okay.
here in Nairobi. So we've taken her to her trainers to Machakos, so that we also try and up the standards. Yes, the beauty industry is there in Machakos, but we also want to introduce what other people are doing outside for something new, something extra. Yes.
KCB has a program called the Tujiajiri project. There are other institutions that have it, but I'm picking on this one because I like the way they go about their business, but there are the people who do it. When you look at what the TVETs do and the trained people they produce, and other institutions that do similar things, what you're doing, by the way, is admirable and it's the right thing to do. Let people know that they can do a lot more than what they're currently doing.
Yes.
Excellent. But partnering with institutions that either government or quasi-government, whatever they are and whatever they do, to help people move whatever skills they have to another level. And those who don't have to acquire new ones, it is a beautiful way to go. But then there is the question of the economy. How do you help the economy grow? Because when the economy grows, meaning all these people who are being trained will be able to attract people into their line of business and they will be able to do better for themselves. What's your thinking in that regard?
Growth. We have 800 new business owners, employers, employees that we've introduced into the market. The training itself, and this also applies to the soccer summit. Okay, I'm speaking of things I have done, and this is my thinking. Everything that we are doing is localized. We are interacting and working with businesses from the same localities, barely bringing anything from outside, besides probably uniforms and the kits and the balls. But everything else, when it comes to transport, for example, these students are driven to the training grounds. They're using the same transport system within their area. So we have the direct benefit for the trainees, for the training grounds. We have the indirect for those service providers, for the community around. So for me, the growth for the economy for that specific place is affected by what we're doing directly and indirectly. Have I answered your question?
Yes, you have. You have. But you see, as you answer one question, you've generated another one. Yes. These programs, how long have you had them?
So for the Soccer Summit, it's been running for the last 6 months. Will be done on the 2nd of August. And the beauty training, that's the Glam on Wheels, will be closing next week. So it's 8 weeks.
How is the opposition to your programs panning out? Let me ask the question again. How is the opposition to whatever it is you're doing panning out?
Oh, the heat is there. The heat is there.
I ask because that is an indicator that you're doing something that, one, resonates with the people and it challenges other people's positions.
Yes.
If it was useless, they wouldn't bother you.
Absolutely.
Yes, they would actually just let you go your merry way.
I concur.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've met some resistance?
A lot. What do you mean? A lot. A lot.
Okay.
Yes.
There's a comment here, I'll read it out. Louise Rudasingo is saying, good luck and that's for sharing your journey thus far. Marianne Macau anasema, this lady has really mentored me a lot. You deserve it. I have already started my small salon, Glam on Wheels in Mavoko.
Wow.
Mavoko ni hapa mali ninaendanga kila siku nikitoka hapa.
That's where we started.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. In terms of the 2/3 gender rule, do you think you can make any contribution towards making it a reality?
Yeah, why not? Then why not?
Because it's been a conversation in Parliament. We've had even other, female legislators come in here and telling us that way. Every time they try this, they're always meeting some kind of resistance. But do you think one day, perhaps one day, we shall have that constitutional threshold?
We should. I think we will.
Yeah.
Most importantly, if we focus on electing
women,
not just women, but women of substance, is very important.
Yes.
Leaders who can actually deliver and who walk their talk, and not just putting people there because of we know them or this one is from so and so. So I feel like if we elect the right leaders, and in this aspect women, we might perhaps see a female leader president one day.
Yes.
And we might meet the threshold for sure.
Okay.
Yes. And I encourage a lot of young girls to come up, young women to come up and vie for these positions, not just in politics, but speaking specifically to the 2/3 gender rule.
Yes.
I encourage women to come up and seek these positions.
All right.
Power is not given. It is taken. They have to present themselves. They have to be seen. They have to show what they can do. Yes.
They have to make noise.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. You can still be firm and
come
and
cool
in
and
soft
collected.
power. Yes.
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 All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
coming through.
Thank you for having me.
Having this conversation. We honestly wish you all the best.
Thank you.
You've said this Saturday you're meeting your constituents where again?
Kalama. We're going to Kalama for the sub-counties. And then we finish up in Machakos town. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Sawa. Tunakutakia kila la heri.
Asante sana.
All right. This is how we come to an end, folks, as far as this conversation is concerned. But don't forget, Firi Festival is taking place on Friday and Saturday. Mama Ngina Waterfront, that is in Mombasa. For those of you who are heading there, please ensure you get in there. It's a place where culture is going to be meeting, and you need to see the Coastarian culture apart from what we see every single day on TikTok. Yeah, go and enjoy your time with these folks. And there's a lot, by the way. KWS has also partnered with Firi Festival to ensure that they bring you a different kind of experience. Go visit the marine national parks. Go see the conservation parks as well. KWS, by the way, hayakwangi tu Nairobi peke yake na Samburu na Masai Mara. These guys are everywhere, even in our oceans. So why don't you go get yourself also branded merchandise from KWS? You might even get get vouchers to go and visit other places within the jurisdiction of the Kenya Wildlife Service. But for now, tunasema kwa heri ya kuonana, tupatane kesho asubuhi na mapema at exactly 6 in the AM. Here's Withi Maganga with the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. At least 18 Chinese nationals were arrested following